Welcome to the Romance Fiction Club, where different romance authors come together to share their romance works. If you think our library is missing a romance genre you love, please let us know in the comments. We will do our best to make that content available. Please subscribe to the channel so we can keep creating free audiobooks for you to enjoy. Thank you so much for being with us, and have a wonderful listening.
This content is adapted in order to comply with YouTube guidelines. If you wish to access hundreds of romance novels filled with steamy scenes, join the club through the link available in the description. Please like this video and subscribe to our channel, and thank you.
Billionaire Mafia Boss. A Billionaire Romance. Written by Andy Wayne, a USA Today Bestselling Author. Chapter 1. The glittering chandelier shone over the opulent ballroom as Sera Ward stepped through the grand double doors. Her eyes, sharp and observant, swept across the sea of designer gowns and tailored suits. The scent of expensive perfume mingled with the subtle notes of champagne, creating an intoxicating atmosphere of wealth and power. Sera smoothed down her emerald silk dress, a calculated choice to blend in with the elite crowd while still catching the eye. Her fingers brushed against the hidden pocket where her recorder lay, a constant reminder of her true purpose here. As she moved deeper into the room, the low hum of conversation washed over her, punctuated by the occasional tinkle of crystal glasses. "Quite the turnout," a portly gentleman remarked as he sidled up to her, his eyes roving appreciatively over her figure. Sera offered a polite smile, her mind already categorizing potential sources. Indeed. It seems the cream of society couldn't resist the allure of the Russo Foundation's annual gala. The man chuckled, clearly pleased with her assessment. And who could blame them? Antonio Russo knows how to throw a party that's equal parts philanthropy and networking. Speaking of which. He gestured toward the far end of the room, and Sera's breath caught in her throat. There, surrounded by a circle of rapt listeners, stood Antonio Russo himself. Even from a distance, his presence was magnetic. Impeccably dressed in a midnight blue suit that accentuated his athletic build, Antonio exuded an aura of authority that seemed to ripple through the crowd. His dark hair was styled to perfection, not a strand out of place, and his chiseled jawline gave him an air of classical nobility. Sera's journalistic instincts kicked into high gear as she studied him. There was something in the way he held himself, a coiled tension beneath the polished exterior, that spoke of carefully controlled power. His eyes, piercing and intelligent, swept the room with calculated precision, missing nothing. "Impressive, isn't he?" the man beside her murmured, a note of admiration in his voice. Sera nodded, her mind racing. "Very. I wonder what secrets lie behind that facade." As if sensing her scrutiny, Antonio's gaze suddenly locked with hers across the crowded room. For a breathless moment, Sera felt pinned in place by the intensity of his stare. A shiver of anticipation, or was it fear? Raced down her spine. This is it, she thought, squaring her shoulders. The story of a lifetime is standing right in front of me. Now I just have to figure out how to get close enough to unravel it. With practiced ease, Sera navigated through the sea of glittering gowns and crisp tuxedos. Her movements were fluid and purposeful, each step bringing her closer to Antonio Russo without drawing undue attention. She paused here and there, exchanging pleasantries with other guests, her keen ears catching snippets of conversation that might prove useful later. "Did you hear about the new art acquisition?" a woman in an emerald dress whispered to her companion. Sera filed the information away, her mind already plotting potential angles for her investigation. As she maneuvered through the crowd, she kept Antonio in her peripheral vision, watching as he commanded the attention of those around him with subtle gestures and measured words. Finally, she found herself mere feet away from her target. The air seemed to crackle with tension as Antonio's gaze once again found hers. This time, there was a flicker of something in his eyes, curiosity, perhaps, or recognition of a worthy adversary. Sera's heart raced, but she kept her expression calm and collected. "Don't let him see how affected you are," she chided herself. "You're here for answers, not to fall under his spell." Yet as their eyes remained locked, Sera couldn't deny the electric current that seemed to pass between them. It was more than just the thrill of the chase or the excitement of a potential breakthrough in her investigation. There was an undeniable spark of chemistry, a pull that both thrilled and terrified her. Antonio's lips curved into the barest hint of a smile, sending another shiver down Sera's spine. In that moment, she knew with absolute certainty that her life was about to change irrevocably. Sera took a deep breath, steeling herself for the encounter. She approached Antonio with a practiced air of nonchalance, her eyes drifting to the ornate painting on the wall behind him. Caravaggio, she remarked, nodding towards the artwork. A striking example of chiaroscuro, don't you think? Antonio turned, his dark eyes appraising her with newfound interest. Indeed, he replied, his voice a rich baritone that sent an involuntary shiver down Sera's spine. You have a discerning eye, Miss Ward. Serafina Ward, she offered, extending her hand. As Antonio's fingers closed around hers, Sera felt a jolt of electricity. She pushed the sensation aside, focusing on her mission. And you must be Antonio Russo. Your reputation precedes you. A ghost of a smile played on Antonio's lips. As does yours, Miss Ward. Your articles on art forgery in the underground market were illuminating. Sera's pulse quickened. Was that a veiled threat or a genuine compliment? She couldn't be sure. I'm flattered you've read my work, she replied smoothly. Tell me, Mr. Russo, what draws you to Caravaggio? The drama? The darkness? Antonio's gaze sharpened, and Sera sensed she was being carefully assessed. I appreciate his mastery of light and shadow, he answered, his tone measured. The way he reveals truth through contrast. But perhaps we could discuss this further over a drink? As Antonio gestured towards the bar, Sera's mind raced. This was her chance to dig deeper, but she'd need to tread carefully. I'd be delighted, she said, matching his smile with one of her own. As they made their way to the bar, Sera knew she needed to maintain control of the conversation while appearing casual. Antonio ordered 2 glasses of an exquisite Barolo, his hand briefly brushing hers as he passed her the wine. So, Miss Ward, Antonio began, his dark eyes probing, what brings an investigative journalist to an art gala? Surely not just the Caravaggio? Sera took a sip of wine, savoring its rich complexity. Art has always been a passion of mine, she replied, her voice steady despite the slight tremor in her hand. But you're right, there's more to it. I'm working on a piece about the intersection of art and power in our city. Antonio's eyebrow arched. An intriguing subject. And where do I fit into this narrative of yours? Sera leaned in slightly, her hazel eyes meeting his gaze unflinchingly. You're a man of influence, Mr. Russo. Your patronage shapes the art world in ways many don't realize. I'd be remiss not to include your perspective. A low chuckle escaped Antonio's lips. You're not one to mince words, are you, Miss Ward? I admire that. He paused, swirling the wine in his glass. And what made you choose journalism? It's not an easy path, especially for someone as curious as yourself. Sera felt a warmth spreading through her chest, whether from the wine or Antonio's intense focus, she couldn't be sure. I've always believed in the power of truth, she said softly. Even when it's uncomfortable or dangerous. What about you, Mr. Russo? What drives a man like yourself to build an empire? Antonio's eyes flickered with something Sera couldn't quite read. Respect, perhaps? Or was it a hint of vulnerability? Legacy, he answered after a moment. The desire to create something lasting, something meaningful. As their conversation deepened, Sera found herself drawn in by Antonio's complexity. There was more to this man than the rumors suggested, layers she was only beginning to uncover. Their intimate exchange was abruptly interrupted by a tall, muscular man in a tailored suit who approached with purposeful strides. His cold eyes swept over Sera before focusing on Antonio. Boss, he said in a low voice, leaning in close. There's a situation that requires your attention. Antonio's expression hardened imperceptibly, but Sera noticed the shift. She felt a chill run down her spine, a stark reminder of the dangerous world she was treading into. If you'll excuse me, Miss Ward, Antonio said smoothly, his tone betraying nothing of the tension Sera sensed beneath the surface. Business never sleeps, I'm afraid. As he turned to leave, the associate shot Sera a look that was equal parts warning and threat. She held his gaze steadily, refusing to be intimidated. Of course, Sera replied, her voice steady despite the quickening of her pulse. I understand completely. Antonio paused, his hand ghosting over the small of her back as he leaned in close. The heat of his breath against her ear sent a shiver through her body. I hope we can continue our discussion at a later time, he murmured, his voice low and rich with promise. Sera found herself leaning into his touch, her body responding to his proximity in ways her mind knew it shouldn't. I'd like that, she breathed, surprised by the huskiness in her own voice. As Antonio moved away, following his associate into the crowd, Sera took a steadying breath. The lingering scent of his cologne and the phantom warmth of his touch left her feeling off balance. She knew she was playing a dangerous game, but the pull she felt towards Antonio Russo was difficult to ignore. Sera watched Antonio's retreating form, her mind scanning the implications of their encounter. She reached for a flute of champagne from a passing waiter, needing something to steady her nerves. Quite the impression you've made on Mr. Russo, a silky voice commented beside her. Sera turned, finding herself face to face with a statuesque blonde woman. Isabella Russo, Antonio's sister. Sera's journalistic instincts kicked in, even as she maintained a facade of casual interest. He's certainly intriguing, Sera replied carefully, taking a sip of her champagne. Isabella's eyes narrowed slightly. Many find him so. Few get close enough to truly know him. The warning was clear, but Sera felt a spark of defiance. She met Isabella's gaze squarely. Perhaps that's about to change. A tense moment passed between them before Isabella's lips curved into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. We shall see. As Isabella glided away, Sera's gaze was drawn back to Antonio. He stood across the room, deep in conversation with his associate, but his eyes found hers. The intensity of his look sent a jolt through her. In that moment, Sera knew with absolute certainty that her life was about to change irrevocably. The story she'd come here to chase suddenly paled in comparison to the mystery that was Antonio Russo. As the night wound down, Sera made her way to the exit, her mind filled with unanswered questions. Just as she reached for her coat, a hand brushed against hers. Allow me, Antonio's deep voice rumbled, sending a shiver down her spine. He helped her into her coat, his fingers lingering on her shoulders. Sera turned to face him, acutely aware of how close they were standing. Thank you for a memorable evening, Mr. Russo, she said softly. Antonio's eyes burned with an intensity that took her breath away. The pleasure was all mine, Miss Ward. I look forward to our next encounter. As Sera stepped out into the cool night air, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was stepping into a new chapter of her life, one filled with things she'd never experienced before. Chapter 2. The crisp envelope sliced through the air, landing with a soft thud on Sera's desk. She glanced up, catching only a glimpse of the messenger's retreating back as he vanished through the newsroom door. Her fingers trembled slightly as she reached for the pristine white paper, its weight substantial, hinting at the importance of its contents. Sera's hazel eyes widened as she slid her finger beneath the flap, breaking the seal with a satisfying crack. The scent of expensive cologne wafted from within, tickling her nostrils. She pulled out a thick cardstock invitation, its gold embossing catching the fluorescent light. Mr. Antonio Russo cordially invites you to an exclusive art exhibition. She read aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. Her heart raced, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through her veins. This was it, her chance to delve deeper into Antonio's world, to uncover the truths hidden beneath the veneer of wealth and power. Sera? Alice's concerned voice broke through her reverie. What's that you've got there? Sera looked up to see her best friend approaching, Thomas following close behind. She held up the invitation, unable to keep the slight tremor from her hand. It's from Antonio, she explained, her tone a mix of awe and determination. He's invited me to an art exhibition. Alice's brow furrowed, her blue eyes clouding with worry. Oh, Sera, she sighed, perching on the edge of the desk. Are you sure about this? Getting involved with someone like Antonio Russo, it's dangerous territory. Thomas nodded gravely, adjusting his glasses. Alice is right, Sera. We've seen what happens to people who cross paths with the Russo family. Your safety should be your primary concern. Sera's jaw clenched, a familiar fire igniting in her chest. I appreciate your concern, both of you. But this is the break we've been waiting for. I can't pass up this opportunity. She ran her fingers over the embossed lettering, feeling the weight of possibility it held. In her mind's eye, she could see the opulent gallery, filled with priceless artworks and even more valuable secrets. Sera, Thomas's voice was gentle but firm, I understand your drive to uncover the truth. It's what makes you an exceptional journalist. But we need to approach this with caution. The Russos aren't just another story, they're a force to be reckoned with. Alice leaned in, her hand resting on Sera's arm. We're just worried about you, sweetie. What if something goes wrong? What if they find out why you're really there? Sera met her friend's gaze, seeing the genuine concern etched in every line of her face. She squeezed Alice's hand, offering a reassuring smile. I know the risks, Sera said, her voice steady. But this is bigger than me. If we can expose even a fraction of what the Russos are involved in, think of the impact it could have. Thomas sighed, running a hand through his graying hair. Just promise me you'll be careful, Sera. Don't take any unnecessary risks. Your life is worth more than any story. Sera nodded, feeling a rush of affection for her mentor. I promise, Thomas. I'll be smart about this. As Alice and Thomas exchanged worried glances, Sera's fingers traced the edges of the invitation once more. She could almost feel the electricity in the air, the promise of revelations waiting to be uncovered. She knew she had to see this through, for the truth, for justice, and for the burning curiosity that had always driven her forward. Sera stood before her full-length mirror, smoothing down the sleek lines of her midnight blue gown. Her reflection stared back at her, a mix of determination and apprehension swirling in her hazel eyes. She took a deep breath, steadying her nerves. You can do this, she whispered to herself, adjusting a stray curl. It's just another investigation. But even as the words left her lips, she knew this was anything but ordinary. The weight of Antonio Russo's invitation seemed to press against her skin, a constant reminder of the dangerous world she was about to step into. Sera's gaze drifted to her dresser, where her notebook and pen lay waiting. She crossed the room, picking them up with a sense of purpose. What are you really hiding, Antonio? She murmured, slipping the items into her clutch. The thrill of uncovering the truth mingled with a flutter of anxiety in her stomach. As she applied a final touch of lipstick, her phone buzzed. Alice's worried face appeared on the screen. Hey, you about ready? Alice's voice crackled through the speaker. Sera nodded, even though her friend couldn't see her. Just finishing up. How do I look? She angled the phone to show her outfit. Alice whistled appreciatively. Like $1,000,000. But Sera, are you sure about this? It's not too late to back out. Sera's jaw set, a familiar determination flooding her veins. I have to do this, Alice. Think of all the people who've suffered because of the Russos. Someone needs to shine a light on their world. Just be careful, okay? Remember what Thomas said. No unnecessary risks. I promise, Sera replied, her voice softening. I'll check in as soon as I'm out. As she ended the call, Sera took one last look in the mirror. The woman staring back at her was poised, confident, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Yet beneath the surface, her heart raced with a mix of excitement and fear. Time to dance with the devil, she murmured, grabbing her clutch and heading for the door. The truth was waiting, and Sera Ward was determined to uncover it, no matter the cost. Sera stepped out of the sleek black car, her emerald green gown shimmering under the warm glow of ornate chandeliers. The Palazzo Veneziano loomed before her, its Renaissance facade a stark contrast to the modern limousines lining the cobblestone driveway. The air buzzed with anticipation and the soft murmur of Milan's elite. As she ascended the marble steps, Sera's senses were overwhelmed. The heady scent of expensive perfumes mingled with the earthy aroma of aged wine. Crystal glasses clinked delicately, punctuating the refined laughter of guests draped in couture and dripping with jewels. Sera's eyes darted around the grand foyer, cataloging faces and potential leads. Focus, she reminded herself, smoothing her dress with slightly trembling hands. Suddenly, the ambient chatter dulled to a hush. Sera felt it before she saw him, an electric charge in the air, as if the very atmosphere bent to his will. She turned, her breath catching in her throat. Antonio Russo stood mere feet away, his presence commanding and magnetic. His tailored black suit accentuated his athletic build, and his dark eyes locked onto hers with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. Ms. Ward, he greeted, his voice a low, rich timbre that sent a shiver down her spine. I'm pleased you could join us this evening. Sera steeled herself, offering a polite smile. Mr. Russo. Thank you for the invitation. The exhibition looks exquisite. Antonio's lips curved into a subtle smirk. Beauty should be appreciated by those who truly understand its value. Tell me, are you familiar with Caravaggio's work? Sera's eyes lit up, her journalistic instincts momentarily overshadowed by genuine enthusiasm. Actually, yes. His use of chiaroscuro was revolutionary for his time. Antonio's eyebrows raised slightly, impressed. Indeed. Perhaps you'd care to discuss further over a glass of Brunello? He gestured towards a quieter corner of the gallery. Sera hesitated. This was her chance to get closer, to peel back the layers of Antonio's carefully crafted facade. But was she stepping into the lion's den? I'd be delighted, she heard herself say, following Antonio deeper into the heart of his world. As Sera followed Antonio, she caught sight of Alice and Thomas across the room. Their faces were etched with concern, and she could almost hear their warnings echoing in her mind. Alice's blue eyes widened, and she mouthed, "Be careful," while Thomas's brow furrowed deeply, his lips pressed into a thin line of disapproval. Sera felt a pang of guilt, but pushed it aside. She knew they cared, but this was her story to uncover. Your friends seem a bit uncomfortable, Antonio observed, his voice low and tinged with amusement. Sera laughed lightly, trying to mask her unease. They're here for work, when everybody else is having a great time. The hardships of being a journalist, I suppose. Ah, yes. The intrepid reporter, always chasing the next big story, Antonio said, his dark eyes glinting. And what story might you be chasing tonight, Ms. Ward? Sera's heart raced. Was he on to her? She forced herself to maintain eye contact, her voice steady. Tonight, I'm simply here to appreciate the art, Mr. Russo. Though I must admit, your world does intrigue me. Antonio's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. As you intrigue me, Sera. Perhaps we can satisfy each other's curiosity. The double entendre wasn't lost on Sera. She felt a flush creep up her neck, her body betraying her even as her mind screamed caution. This man was dangerous, possibly a criminal, and yet. I'd like that, she heard herself say, her voice husky with an emotion she couldn't quite name. Was it fear? excitement? Or something far more perilous? As Antonio guided her through the exhibition, Sera's mind whirled. She was treading a razor's edge between her growing attraction to this enigmatic man and her unwavering commitment to uncovering the truth. Every shared observation about a painting, every brush of his hand against hers, felt like both a victory and a defeat. "You're full of surprises, Ms. Ward," Antonio murmured, his breath warm against her ear as they paused before a striking abstract piece. Sera turned to face him, her hazel eyes meeting his dark gaze. "As are you, Mr. Russo. I look forward to uncovering more of them." In that moment, surrounded by priceless art and the subtle hum of danger, Sera knew she was in too deep. But the thrill of the chase, the promise of answers, and the undeniable pull she felt towards Antonio propelled her forward. She would see this through, no matter the cost. Antonio's lips curved into an enigmatic smile, his eyes glinting with a mixture of appreciation and something darker, more primal. "I assure you, the pleasure is mine," he said, his voice a low rumble that sent shivers down Sera's spine. They moved to the next piece, a haunting oil painting depicting a stormy seascape. Sera found herself drawn to the turbulent waves, feeling a strange kinship with the chaotic scene. "It's beautiful," she murmured, "the way the artist captures the raw power of nature." Antonio nodded, his gaze fixed on the canvas. "Indeed. There's something captivating about forces beyond our control, wouldn't you agree?" Sera's heart quickened. Was he speaking about the painting, or was there a deeper meaning to his words? She chose her response carefully. Sometimes the most dangerous things are the most alluring. An astute observation, Antonio replied, his eyes now locked on hers. One might say the same about people. The tension between them was palpable, crackling like electricity in the air. Sera knew she should step back, create some distance, but her body refused to cooperate. Instead, she found herself leaning slightly closer. "And what draws you to dangerous things, Mr. Russo?" she asked, her journalistic instincts kicking in despite the intimate moment. Antonio's expression softened slightly, a flicker of vulnerability passing across his features before his usual mask of control slipped back into place. "Perhaps the same thing that draws you, Ms. Ward. The thrill of the unknown, the challenge of the unconquerable." Sera's mind raced. Was he admitting to something, or merely playing along with her subtle probing? She decided to push a little further. "And what if the unknown turns out to be more than we bargained for?" Antonio's hand slightly touched hers, the contact sending a jolt through her body. "Then we face it head-on, with courage and determination. Qualities I suspect you possess in abundance." As they continued their tour, Sera found herself caught in a dizzying dance of attraction and suspicion, each revelation about Antonio only deepening the mystery surrounding him. Yet with every passing moment, she felt herself being drawn further into his world, teetering on the precipice of no return. Sera's pulse quickened as she caught sight of a familiar face in the crowd. It was Marcus Blackwell, a notorious arms dealer she had exposed in a scathing article last year. His eyes locked onto hers, recognition dawning on his face. "Excuse me," Sera murmured to Antonio, her voice tight with tension. She moved swiftly through the crowd, desperately seeking an escape route. Her mind raced. If Blackwell exposed her journalistic acumen, her plans would be compromised. Well, Blackwell's gravelly voice cut through the ambient chatter. "If it isn't the tenacious Ms. Ward. Come to ruin more lives with your so-called journalism?" Sera turned, her heart pounding. "Mr. Blackwell, Marcus," Antonio's smooth voice interrupted as he appeared at Sera's side. "I see you've met my guest, Ms. Ward. I trust you're behaving yourself?" Blackwell's face paled. "Of course, Mr. Russo. My apologies if I've caused any distress." As Blackwell retreated, Sera's mind whirled. Had Antonio just saved her, or was this part of a larger game? She studied his face, searching for any hint of suspicion or anger. "Are you all right?" Antonio asked, his hand resting lightly on the small of her back. Sera nodded, her throat dry. Yes, thank you. I think I need some air. As they stepped onto a secluded balcony, Sera took a decision. Antonio, she began, her voice steady despite her racing heart. There's something I need to tell you. Chapter 3. Sera's champagne flute trembled in her hand as she navigated the opulent gallery, a sea of Armani suits and Chanel gowns parting before her. Vibrant splashes of color adorned the walls, each canvas more breathtaking than the last. But Sera's keen eyes weren't focused on the artwork, they darted from face to face, searching for any sign of Antonio's clandestine dealings. Exquisite collection, isn't it? A silver-haired woman beside her remarked, gesturing to a particularly striking abstract piece. Sera plastered on a polite smile. Absolutely stunning. The artist's use of color is remarkable. As the woman launched into a lengthy critique, Sera's mind wandered. Would Antonio really conduct a legal business at his own exhibition? The very thought sent a thrill of anticipation coursing through her veins. I'm terribly sorry, Sera interrupted, setting down her glass. If you'll excuse me, I need to freshen up. She weaved through the crowd, her heart pounding a staccato rhythm against her ribs. That's when she saw it, a heavy velvet curtain, partially obscuring a narrow hallway. Sera glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before slipping behind the fabric. The hushed murmur of the gallery faded, replaced by an eerie silence. A single door stood at the end of the dimly lit corridor, its polished brass handle gleaming like a beacon. Sera's fingers twitched at her side as she approached, her journalistic instincts warring with her sense of self-preservation. This is madness, she whispered to herself, even as her hand reached for the handle. If Antonio catches me. The thought of those piercing eyes, that chiseled jawline, sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. Sera shook her head, steeling her resolve. She was here for a story, not to get lost in fantasies about a dangerous man. With a deep breath, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. The heavy wood swung shut behind her with a soft click, sealing her fate. Sera's eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat as she took in the scene before her. The room was a stark contrast to the elegant gallery outside, a hidden sanctum of illicit activities laid bare. On one side, an arsenal of illegal weapons gleamed under soft lighting, sleek assault rifles, compact submachine guns, and even what appeared to be rocket launchers. The other wall showcased a different kind of contraband, stolen artwork of immeasurable value. Sera recognized a Rembrandt she'd thought lost to time, hanging next to a Picasso that had been infamously stolen from a museum in Paris. Oh my God, she whispered, her voice barely audible even in the silent room. Her fingers itched for her phone, but she knew better than to leave any trace of her presence. As the gravity of her discovery sank in, Sera's mind raced. This wasn't just a story, it was a powder keg that could blow Antonio's entire empire sky high. And if she was caught here? She shuddered, forcing herself to focus. Think, Sera, she muttered, pacing the room. What would Thomas do? Her mentor's face swam into her mind, his kind eyes creased with worry behind his glasses. She could almost hear his cautious advice, tread carefully, Sera. Some stories aren't worth dying for. But this one might be, she thought, her resolve hardening. Still, she needed guidance. Thomas and Alice would know how to proceed without getting her killed, or worse. Sera's gaze swept the room one last time, committing every detail to memory. I have to tell them, she decided, her voice steadier now. We need a plan. With a deep breath, she turned to leave, her heart hammering. The thrill of discovery warred with the fear of being caught, creating a heady cocktail of emotions that threatened to overwhelm her. As her hand touched the doorknob, a sudden thought froze her in place. What if Antonio had seen her come this way? What if he was waiting on the other side, those dark eyes burning with fury and betrayal? Sera closed her eyes, gathering her courage. Only one way to find out, she whispered, and turned the handle. Sera slipped out of the secret room, her pulse thrumming in her ears as she carefully pulled the velvet curtain back into place. The cacophony of the art exhibition hit her like a wall, clinking glasses, effervescent laughter, and the low hum of pretentious conversation. She inhaled deeply, willing her racing heart to slow. Her hazel eyes darted across the sea of elegantly dressed patrons, searching for familiar faces. The vibrant artwork blurred into a kaleidoscope of color as she scanned the crowd, her mind still reeling from what she'd discovered. There, a flash of blonde hair and a pastel dress. Alice's melodious laugh drifted over the din, and Sera's shoulders relaxed a fraction. She weaved through the throng, muttering hasty apologies as she bumped into guests. As she approached, she saw Thomas standing beside Alice, his slightly rumpled suit a stark contrast to the immaculate attire surrounding them. They were engaged in conversation near a towering bronze sculpture, its abstract form twisting towards the ceiling. "Alice, Thomas," Sera breathed, interrupting their chat. Her voice trembled with barely contained urgency. "I need to speak with you. Now." Alice's bright blue eyes widened with concern. "Sera? What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." Thomas peered at her over his glasses, his brow furrowing. "Has something happened?" Sera glanced around nervously, lowering her voice. "I've found something. Something big. It's about Antonio, and it's worse than we thought." She leaned in closer, her words tumbling out in a hushed rush. "There's a hidden room. Weapons, stolen art, it's all there. Proof of everything we've suspected and more." Thomas inhaled sharply, while Alice's hand flew to her mouth. Sera's mind raced, contemplating their next move. She knew the dangers, but the thrill of uncovering the truth pulsed through her veins. "We need to be careful," she whispered, her eyes pleading for their support and guidance. "But this could be the story that changes everything." Thomas and Alice exchanged a loaded glance, their expressions mirroring Sera's growing realization of the gravity of the situation. Thomas's jaw tightened, the lines around his eyes deepening with concern. Alice's usual sunny demeanor dimmed, replaced by a somber intensity. "Let's move somewhere more private," Thomas murmured, his eyes scanning the bustling crowd. He guided them towards a secluded alcove, partially hidden behind a lush potted palm. As they huddled together, their voices barely above a whisper, Sera felt a flutter of anxiety in her chest. The weight of her discovery pressed down on her, but she couldn't suppress the thrill of anticipation coursing through her veins. "Sera," Thomas began, his tone measured and serious, "exposing Antonio's empire could have far-reaching consequences. We're not just talking about a simple exposé here. This could put you, all of us, in serious danger." Alice nodded, her blue eyes clouded with worry. "He's right, Sera. Antonio's not just some small-time crook. He's got connections, power. If we go after him, we need to be prepared for the backlash." Sera's mind raced, processing their words. She knew they were right, but the thought of letting this story go made her stomach churn. "But we can't just sit on this information," she argued, her voice low but fierce. "People need to know the truth." Thomas sighed, removing his glasses to pinch the bridge of his nose. "I'm not saying we should bury it. But we need to be smart about this. Meticulous. We can't afford any mistakes." As they continued to discuss the potential fallout, Sera felt her resolve strengthening. The risks were undeniable, but so was her determination to bring Antonio's crimes to light. She thought of all the people who had suffered because of his actions, of the corruption that had gone unchecked for far too long. "I understand the dangers," Sera said finally, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "But this is why I became a journalist. To uncover the truth, no matter how ugly or dangerous it might be." Alice reached out, squeezing Sera's arm. "We're with you, you know that. Just promise us you'll be careful. Really careful." Thomas nodded solemnly. We'll need to gather more evidence, build an airtight case. This won't be easy, Sera. Are you sure you're ready for what's coming? Sera took a deep breath, her gaze moving between her mentor and her best friend. Their concern was palpable, but so was their support. She felt a surge of gratitude, mixed with a steely determination. I'm sure, she said firmly. Whatever it takes, we're going to expose Antonio's dark world. The truth deserves to be told. Sera's mind was spinning with ideas, her fingers itching to get them down on paper. She gave Thomas and Alice a quick nod. I need a moment to gather my thoughts. I'll catch up with you both later. She wove through the crowd, the chatter of the elite fading into background noise as she sought a quiet corner. Her eyes landed on a secluded alcove, partially hidden behind a large abstract sculpture. Perfect. Sliding into the space, Sera pulled out her trusty notebook, its worn leather cover a comforting presence in her hands. She flipped it open, her pen poised above the blank page. Okay, Sera, she muttered to herself, where do we start? Her hand trembled slightly as she began to write, the weight of what she was about to undertake settling over her like a heavy cloak. The first words flowed onto the page. Antonio Rossi, philanthropist or criminal mastermind? Sera paused, her brow furrowing. No, too sensational, she murmured, crossing it out. She tried again. The dark underbelly of Chicago's art scene, a web of deceit and crime. Better, but still not quite right. Sera tapped her pen against her chin, lost in thought. Her eyes drifted to the opulent surroundings, the glittering chandeliers, the champagne flutes, the exquisite artwork. All of it a facade, hiding something far more sinister. A chill ran down her spine as she contemplated the enormity of what she was about to expose. The weapons, the stolen art, it was just the tip of the iceberg. How deep did Antonio's criminal empire truly go? This could change everything, Sera whispered, her pen moving once more. Not just for Antonio, but for the entire city. The ripple effects could be enormous. She scribbled furiously, outlining potential leads, sources to contact, evidence to gather. With each point, the dangers became more apparent. Corrupt officials, rival gangs, Antonio's own ruthless enforcers, all would stop at nothing to keep their secrets buried. Sera's hand stilled for a moment, a flicker of doubt creeping in. Am I ready for this? She asked herself. The sacrifices, the risks, it could cost me everything. But then she thought of the victims, the lives ruined by Antonio's greed and cruelty. Her jaw set, determination blazing in her eyes. No, she said firmly. This is bigger than me. The truth has to come out, no matter the cost. With renewed vigor, Sera returned to her notes, mapping out a strategy that would expose Antonio's empire and bring justice to those he had wronged. Sera's pen slowed, then halted. She stared at the pages before her, filled with her meticulous handwriting, each word a potential bombshell. With a deep breath, she closed the notebook, its weight suddenly feeling far heavier than its physical mass. This is it, she murmured, tucking the notebook into her purse. A sense of purpose settled over her like a mantle, steeling her nerves even as her heart raced with the gravity of her decision. Sera stood, smoothing her dress and squaring her shoulders. The din of the art exhibition washed over her as she made her way back through the crowd, her eyes scanning for Thomas and Alice. She spotted them near a vibrant abstract painting, their faces etched with worry. As she approached, Thomas's eyes met hers, his brow furrowing. Sera, he began, his voice low and tinged with concern, have you fully considered the implications of your intentions? Sera nodded, her gaze unwavering. I have, Thomas. This exposé, it's not just about Antonio anymore. It's about justice, about giving a voice to those who've been silenced. Alice reached out, squeezing Sera's hand. We're with you, but... God, Sera, this is dangerous. Antonio's not going to take this lying down. I know, Sera replied, her voice barely above a whisper. But I can't walk away from this. Not now. Thomas sighed, removing his glasses to pinch the bridge of his nose. You've always been stubborn, Sera. It's what makes you a great journalist, but sometimes. He trailed off, shaking his head. Sera felt a pang of guilt, knowing the stress her decision was causing her friends. I understand the risks, she said softly. But this story needs to be told. And I'm the one who needs to tell it. The trio stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their impending journey hanging heavy in the air. Sera's gaze flitted between her mentor and her best friend, their faces a mixture of pride and apprehension. Thomas cleared his throat, his voice gruff with emotion. Well, if we're going to do this, we'll need a plan. A solid one. Alice nodded, her blue eyes sparkling with determination. I've got some contacts in the tech world. They might be able to help us stay off Antonio's radar while we dig deeper. Sera felt a surge of gratitude for her friend's unwavering support. Thank you, both of you. I couldn't do this without you. Thomas's voice cut through her thoughts. Remember, Sera, caution is key. We can't afford any missteps. She nodded, her resolve hardening. I understand. We'll tread carefully, but we won't back down. With a final exchange of knowing glances, they prepared to part ways. Sera's heart thundered in her chest as she realized the magnitude of what they were about to undertake. Stay safe, Alice whispered, pulling Sera into a quick hug. As they dispersed into the crowd, Sera took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. The din of the exhibition seemed to fade away as she focused on her next move. Sera's eyes swept across the opulent gallery, taking in the glittering chandeliers and the vibrant artwork adorning the walls. The chatter of the crowd buzzed around her, but her mind was elsewhere, fixated on the dangerous path ahead. She caught sight of Thomas disappearing behind a group of art enthusiasts, his slightly rumpled suit a stark contrast to the polished attire of the other guests. Alice's blonde head bobbed through the throng, her cheerful demeanor masking the gravity of their shared mission. Sera's fingers itched to reach for her notebook, but she resisted the urge. Instead, she snagged a flute of champagne from a passing waiter, using it as a prop to blend in with the other attendees. Quite the turnout, isn't it? A suave voice remarked beside her. Sera turned, her heart skipping a beat as she found herself face to face with Antonio Russo himself. His dark eyes glimmered with intrigue, and she forced a polite smile. Indeed, she replied, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. You've outdone yourself, Mr. Russo. How could this charming man be at the center of such a vast criminal empire? The dichotomy was jarring, and Sera felt a twinge of something dangerously close to doubt. No, she chided herself silently. Remember what you saw. Remember why you're here. And what do you think of this piece, Ms. Ward? Antonio asked, gesturing to a nearby sculpture. Sera's gaze followed his hand with curiosity. It's provocative, she said carefully. There's more to it than meets the eye, I suspect. A knowing smile played at the corners of Antonio's lips. Perceptive as always, he murmured. I'm starting to like you, Sera. As he excused himself to greet other guests, Sera's resolve solidified. She would uncover the truth, no matter the cost. The stage was set, and the real investigation was about to begin. Chapter 4. Sera's heart pounded as she pushed open the heavy oak door to Thomas Wayne's office, the familiar scent of old books and coffee washing over her. Her mentor sat behind his imposing desk, silver hair gleaming in the late afternoon sunlight that streamed through the windows. As Thomas looked up, his brow furrowed at the determined set of Sera's jaw and the fire blazing in her hazel eyes. Without preamble, Sera strode forward, her voice steady despite the tremor of adrenaline coursing through her veins. Thomas, I've made a decision. I'm going to expose Antonio Russo's criminal empire and bring him to justice. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with the weight of their implications. Sera's fingers tightened around the strap of her messenger bag, bracing for Thomas's reaction. Thomas leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly. His gaze searched Sera's face, and she felt a flicker of uncertainty. But no, she reminded herself. This was the right thing to do, no matter the cost. Tell me more, Thomas said finally, his tone neutral, but his eyes sharp behind his wire-rimmed glasses. Sera took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts. I've been piecing together some evidence, Thomas. The drug trafficking, the money laundering, the political corruption, it all leads back to Antonio. Someone needs to shine a light on what he's doing, and I'm in a position to do it. She paused, her heart racing. The silence stretched between them, taut as a wire. Thomas's brow furrowed, deep lines etching concern across his weathered face. He leaned forward, folding his hands on the desk. Sera, I understand your determination, but have you fully considered the dangers? His voice was low, gravelly with worry. The mafia isn't known for its forgiveness. Infiltrating their world, it could cost you everything. Sera's pulse quickened. She'd anticipated this reaction, but hearing Thomas voice his concerns made the risks suddenly feel more tangible. For a moment, she could almost see the shadowy figures lurking in dark alleys, feel the cold metal of a gun pressed against her temple. She swallowed hard, pushing the images away. I know it's dangerous, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Then, drawing strength from somewhere deep within, she continued more forcefully, but Thomas, if we don't take risks, if we don't push back against the darkness, who will? This story, it's bigger than me. It's about justice, about giving a voice to all the people Antonio has hurt. She paced the office, her movements sharp and agitated. I've seen the devastation his crimes has caused in our communities. I've talked to families torn apart by the violence. Someone has to stand up to him, and I have the skills and the evidence to do it. Thomas watched her, his expression unreadable. Sera paused, turning to face him directly. I know you're worried about my safety, and I appreciate that. But this is why I became a journalist in the first place, to make a difference, to uncover the truth no matter how ugly or dangerous it might be. Her voice softened, filled with passionate conviction. I can't walk away from this, Thomas. I won't. Even if it means putting myself in harm's way. Thomas leaned back in his chair, his eyes softening as he regarded Sera. The tension in his shoulders eased, replaced by a quiet admiration that made Sera's heart swell with pride. You remind me of myself at your age, he said, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. That same fire, that unwavering commitment to the truth. He paused, his gaze drifting to a framed photo on his desk. It's what makes you an exceptional journalist, Sera. And you're right, we have a responsibility to shine a light on the darkest corners of our world. Sera felt a wave of relief wash over her. She hadn't realized how much Thomas's approval meant until this moment. Thank you, she breathed, sinking into the chair across from him. Thomas leaned forward, his expression growing serious. But navigating the mafia world isn't like anything you've done before. It's a labyrinth of lies, loyalties, and unspoken rules. One wrong move. He trailed off, leaving the consequences unspoken. Sera imagined the challenges ahead. How did you manage it? She asked, her curiosity piqued. When you were investigating the Moretti family back in the 90s? Thomas's eyes clouded with memory. Carefully, he said. I built a network of trusted sources, people on the inside who were willing to talk. But I never revealed their identities, not even to my closest colleagues. In that world, information is currency, and trust is everything. Sera nodded, absorbing every word. She could feel the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders, but it only strengthened her resolve. What else should I keep in mind? She pressed, eager to learn from his experience. Thomas leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly. His eyes narrowed in contemplation, and Sera could almost see the gears turning in his mind as he considered her question. "The risks are manifold, Sera," he began, his voice low and measured. "Physical danger is the most obvious. These are violent men who won't hesitate to silence a threat. But there are subtler perils too." Sera leaned forward, her hazel eyes fixed on Thomas. She could feel her heart quickening, a mix of anticipation and apprehension coursing through her veins. "Your reputation, for one," Thomas continued. "Even if you succeed, some will question your methods, your integrity. And then there's the emotional toll. The things you'll see, the stories you'll hear, they can haunt you." Sera swallowed hard, her throat suddenly dry. She hadn't considered the long-term consequences, the weight she might carry long after the story was published. But Thomas wasn't finished. "And perhaps most insidious of all," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "is the risk of losing yourself. It's easy to become entangled, to blur the lines between observer and participant. You must maintain your objectivity at all costs." A chill ran down Sera's spine. She thought of Antonio, of the strange pull she felt towards him, despite everything she knew. Was that what Thomas meant? Had he sensed something in their interactions? "How do I protect myself?" she asked, her voice steadier than she felt. "Not just physically, but, from all of it?" Thomas's expression softened, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. "That's the right question to ask, Sera. And it starts with meticulous planning." Sera leaned forward, fingers gripping the armrests of her chair. "I understand the risks, Thomas. But I can't walk away from this. The truth about Antonio's empire needs to come to light, no matter the cost." Thomas nodded, a mix of concern and admiration crossing his weathered features. "I expected nothing less from you, Sera. Your determination is both your greatest strength and your greatest vulnerability." The danger excited Sera as much as it terrified her. "I'm prepared to face whatever comes my way. This story, it's bigger than me, bigger than any of us." Thomas reached into his desk drawer, pulling out a small, encrypted flash drive. "Then let's make sure you're as prepared as possible. This drive contains contact information for some trusted sources within law enforcement and the judicial system. They've helped me navigate similar waters in the past." Sera's eyes widened as she took the drive, its weight in her palm feeling far more significant than its size would suggest. "Thomas, thank you. This is invaluable." "There's more," Thomas continued, his voice low and serious. "I've arranged for a secure line of communication. Use it sparingly, but if you ever feel you're in over your head, it's a direct link to me. Day or night." A lump formed in Sera's throat. The gravity of Thomas's support, the risks he was taking to help her, hit her full force. "I don't know what to say," she murmured, blinking back unexpected tears. Thomas's eyes crinkled with a gentle smile. "Just promise me you'll be careful, Sera. The story is important, but your safety comes first." "Always." Sera nodded, clutching the flash drive tightly. She settled back into her chair, leaning forward eagerly. "Thomas, I can't thank you enough for this. I have so many questions." She paused, organizing her thoughts. "First, how can I approach Antonio's inner circle without raising suspicion? I need to get closer, but I'm worried about tipping them off." Thomas leaned back, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. "Subtlety is key, Sera. Remember, you're not just a journalist now, you're playing a dangerous game of chess. Start with the periphery employees, business associates. Build a network of trust before attempting to penetrate the core." Sera nodded, her hazel eyes bright with concentration. "And what about digital surveillance? I'm sure Antonio has sophisticated security measures in place." "Indeed," Thomas replied, a hint of admiration in his voice for her foresight. "You'll need to be extra cautious with your digital footprint. Use encrypted communication channels, and never access sensitive information from your personal devices." As Thomas spoke, Sera couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of knowledge he possessed. Each piece of advice was like a golden thread, weaving together to form a tapestry of investigative wisdom. What about? Sera hesitated, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. What if I find myself in a situation where I have to bend the rules a bit to get the information I need? Thomas's expression grew serious, his eyes locking onto hers. Sera, I've watched you grow into an exceptional journalist. Your instincts are sharp, your ethics uncompromising. Trust in those qualities. He leaned forward, his voice carrying the weight of years of experience. There may be moments when the line between right and wrong blurs, but I have faith in your ability to navigate those murky waters without losing yourself. A warmth spread through Sera's chest at his words. You really believe I can do this? Thomas's smile was both proud and reassuring. Without a doubt. You have a rare combination of tenacity and compassion that makes you uniquely suited for this challenge. Just remember, the truth is your North Star. No matter how treacherous the path becomes, let it guide you. Sera rose from her chair, her movements filled with purpose. She smoothed the wrinkles from her blazer, a habit that always surfaced when her mind was racing with plans. The weight of Thomas's trust in her abilities settled on her shoulders, not as a burden, but as a source of strength. Thank you, Thomas, she said, her voice steady and resolute. I won't let you down. As she reached for the door handle, Thomas called out, Sera, remember, caution is your ally. The story isn't worth your life. She turned back, a wry smile playing on her lips. Don't worry, I plan on being around long enough to collect that Pulitzer. As Sera stepped out of Thomas's office, the bustling newsroom faded into background noise as she mentally mapped out her next moves. She'd need to reach out to her contacts in law enforcement, dig deeper into Antonio's financial records, and a chill ran down her spine as she remembered Isabella's haunted eyes. There was a story there, one that could blow this whole investigation wide open. But approaching Antonio's sister would be like walking into a lion's den. Sera's fingers itched to start typing, to pour all her swirling thoughts onto the page. But as she settled at her desk, a nagging sense of unease crept in. She glanced around the newsroom, suddenly hyper-aware of her surroundings. Was that man by the water cooler watching her a little too intently? Had that email notification always made such an ominous ping? She shook her head, trying to dispel the paranoia. Get it together, Ward, she muttered to herself. You haven't even started yet. But as she pulled up a blank document, Sera couldn't shake the feeling that she was standing on the edge of something vast and dangerous. The cursor blinked at her, a steady rhythm that seemed to echo the beating of her heart. With each keystroke, she knew she was venturing further into Antonio's shadowy world, a world where secrets were currency and truth came at a deadly price. Sera's fingers hovered over the keyboard, her mind racing. The weight of what she was about to undertake pressed down on her, making each breath feel heavy. One step at a time, she whispered, willing her hands to stop trembling. She began typing, her words a mix of facts and questions. As she worked, the familiar rhythm of investigation started to calm her nerves. But every so often, her gaze would dart to the window, half expecting to see a dark figure lurking in the shadows. A hand on her shoulder made her jump. Whoa, easy there, Tiger, Alice said, her eyes widening at Sera's reaction. You look like you've seen a ghost. Sera forced a smile. Just deep in thought. You know how I get. Alice leaned against the desk, her brow furrowing. This story, it's big, isn't it? Bigger than anything you've done before. For a moment, Sera considered confiding in her friend. But the less Alice knew, the safer she'd be. It could be, Sera replied carefully. But I'm just getting started. No need to worry yet. As Alice walked away, Sera turned back to her screen, the cursor still blinking steadily. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. The path forward would be perilous, but she'd come too far to turn back now. Chapter 5. The pulsating bass reverberated through Sera's chest as she descended the final step into the underground club, her eyes adjusting to the dim, smoky atmosphere. Neon lights cast an eerie glow across the sea of bodies on the dance floor, creating shadowy silhouettes that seemed to move as one writhing mass. Sera's heart thundered in her ears, almost drowning out the music. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. This is it. The moment of truth. Her gaze swept methodically across the room, searching for one face among the crowd. There. At the far end of the gleaming mahogany bar sat Luca Moretti, his broad shoulders hunched slightly as he nursed a tumbler of amber liquid. Sera's breath caught in her throat. Even from this distance, his presence commanded attention, an aura of danger and power radiating from his still form. Forcing her legs to move, Sera began weaving through the throng of dancers. She kept her movements casual, unhurried, though every nerve in her body screamed with tension. Don't look at him directly. Act natural. Her mind raced, replaying the countless scenarios she'd imagined for this moment. As she neared the bar, a drunk patron stumbled into her path. Sera sidestepped nimbly, her journalist's reflexes kicking in. She muttered a quiet apology, hyper-aware of Luca's proximity. Did he notice? Has he recognized me? Reaching the bar, Sera leaned against the polished wood, careful to keep Luca in her peripheral vision. She signaled the bartender, her voice steady as she ordered, "Gin and tonic, please." While she waited, Sera allowed herself a covert glance at Luca. His chiseled profile was illuminated by the soft glow behind the bar, highlighting the sharp line of his jaw. She noticed the way his fingers drummed a slow, deliberate rhythm on the bar top, a sign of restlessness, or merely habit. The bartender slid her drink across the counter. "That'll be $12, miss." Sera fumbled in her clutch for her wallet, cursing inwardly at the delay. Every second felt precarious, balanced on a knife's edge. As she handed over the cash, she sensed a shift in the air beside her. From the corner of her eye, she saw Luca's head turn slightly in her direction. This is it, she thought, her pulse quickening. The real dance begins now. Sera turned towards Luca, a carefully crafted smile playing on her lips. "I couldn't help but notice your drink," she said, gesturing to his glass. "Is that a Negroni?" Luca's intense gaze met hers, his dark eyes scrutinizing her face. "Good eye," he replied, his voice a low rumble that sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. "You know your cocktails." Sera laughed softly, leaning in slightly. "Let's just say I've spent my fair share of time in places like this." She took a sip of her gin and tonic, savoring the sharp bite of alcohol. "I'm Sera, by the way." "Luca," he responded, his expression guarded but curious. "What brings you to this particular establishment, Sera?" Her mind raced, weighing her options. Too eager, and she'd arouse suspicion. Too aloof, and she'd lose her chance. "I'm a writer," she said, the half-truth rolling easily off her tongue. "I find inspiration in the most unexpected places. You'd be surprised at the stories hidden in the shadows of a place like this." Luca's eyebrow arched slightly. "Is that so? And what kind of stories are you looking for tonight?" Sera leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "I've heard whispers about a certain businessman, Antonio Russo. They say his influence reaches far beyond the boardroom. I'm curious about the man behind the myth." She watched Luca carefully, noting the almost imperceptible tightening of his jaw. "Antonio Russo is a powerful man," he said slowly. "It might be wise to tread carefully with such curiosities." Sera's heart raced, but she kept her expression neutral, intrigued. "Oh? And what makes you say that? Have you had dealings with him yourself?" Luca's dark eyes narrowed, his posture stiffening as he set his drink down with deliberate slowness. "I've heard things," he said, his voice low and guarded. "But in this city, it's best not to repeat everything you hear. Sera felt the shift in his demeanor, sensing the invisible wall he was erecting between them. She pressed on, undeterred. Of course, I understand. But surely a man like Antonio Russo can't keep everything hidden. I've heard some intriguing rumors about his private collection. Luca's gaze sharpened, a flicker of something, curiosity? Concern, passing across his face. Private collection? Sera leaned in closer, her voice barely above a whisper. A room, they say. Hidden away. Filled with things that would make even the most jaded art collector green with envy. And perhaps, other items of a more controversial nature. She watched as Luca's fingers tightened almost imperceptibly around his glass. His voice, when he spoke, was carefully controlled. You seem to know a lot for someone who's just looking for inspiration, Sera. Sera's heart thundered in her chest, but she kept her expression neutral, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. I'm very good at what I do, Luca. Information is my currency. She paused, watching him closely. And sometimes, the most valuable information is the kind that's not meant to be found. Luca's eyes never left her face, his expression unreadable. Sera could almost see the gears turning in his mind, weighing her words, assessing the threat, or opportunity, she presented. After a long moment, Luca's posture shifted slightly. He leaned in, his voice low and gravelly. You're playing a dangerous game, Sera. But I'm curious about what else you might know. Sera's pulse quickened. This was it, the opening she'd been waiting for. She kept her voice steady, matching his hushed tone. I think we both have information the other might find valuable. But this isn't the place to discuss such delicate matters. Luca's dark eyes scanned the crowded club, assessing potential eavesdroppers. He nodded almost imperceptibly. Agreed. Meet me at midnight. The old clock tower on Piazza Venezia. Sera's mind raced, weighing the risks and potential rewards. I'll be there, she murmured, her fingers brushing his arm as she stood. As she made her way through the pulsing crowd, Sera's thoughts were a whirlwind. She'd done it, convinced Luca to meet, to potentially reveal crucial information about Antonio's operations. But at what cost? Outside, the cool night air hit her flushed skin. Sera took a deep breath, steadying herself against a nearby wall. The gravity of what she'd set in motion crashed over her. What am I doing? She whispered to herself, running a hand through her hair. The possibility of exposing Antonio's criminal empire was tantalizingly close, but trusting Luca was a massive gamble. He was Antonio's right-hand man, after all. What if this was a trap? Sera squared her shoulders, steeling her resolve. No turning back now, she muttered, hailing a cab. As the city lights blurred past the window, she allowed herself a small smile. Whatever happened next, she was one step closer to the truth, and that was worth any risk. The dim streetlights cast long shadows across the secluded alley, creating a mixture of light and darkness that mirrored Sera's conflicting emotions. Her heart thundered in her chest as she approached the rendezvous point, each step echoing off the narrow walls. Luca's silhouette materialized from the gloom, his muscular frame taut with tension. You came, Luca said, his voice a low rumble that sent a shiver down Sera's spine. She tilted her head, studying him. Did you doubt I would? A ghost of a smile played on his lips. With you, Miss Ward, I'm learning to expect the unexpected. Sera leaned against the cool brick wall, affecting a casual air she didn't feel. Then let's not waste time. You mentioned information about Antonio's rivals? Luca crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing. First, tell me why you're really investigating Antonio. What's your endgame? Sera's mind raced, weighing how much to reveal. She opted for a partial truth. Justice. Antonio's empire is built on exploitation and suffering. Someone needs to bring it down. Noble intentions, Luca scoffed, but there was a flicker of something, respect, in his eyes. All right, listen carefully. Antonio's main rival is the Mancini family. They control the docks and most of the drug trade. As Luca spoke, Sera's thoughts whirled. This was the break she'd been waiting for, but could she trust him? Was he feeding her misinformation? The Mancinis are planning a major move, Luca continued, his voice dropping even lower. They've been stockpiling weapons, recruiting muscle. Word is, they're aiming to take out Antonio and seize control of his territory. Sera's breath caught. If true, this could be the catalyst for a full-scale mob war. When, she pressed, leaning closer. Luca's eyes met hers, intense and unreadable. Soon. Within the month. But there's more. A sudden noise from the street made them both freeze. Sera's heart leapt into her throat, her body tensing for flight or fight. Had they been discovered? Footsteps echoed off the alley walls, growing louder with each passing second. Luca's hand shot out, gripping Sera's arm with an iron strength that would surely leave bruises. Without a word, he pulled her behind a stack of wooden crates, their bodies pressed close in the cramped space. Sera's heart thundered in her chest, each beat seemingly loud enough to give them away. She could feel Luca's rapid breathing against her neck, his muscular frame taut with tension. The acrid scent of fear mingled with his cologne, a potent reminder of their precarious situation. As the footsteps drew nearer, voices became distinguishable. Rough, male voices speaking in hushed but urgent tones. Can't wait much longer, one growled. Antonio's getting too comfortable. We need to strike now. Another voice, smoother but no less menacing, replied, Patience, Vito. The shipment arrives next week. That's when we make our move. Sera's eyes widened, meeting Luca's in the dim light. This was it, confirmation of the Mancini family's plans, straight from the source. She fought to control her breathing, knowing that even the slightest sound could betray their presence. Luca's grip on her arm tightened, a silent warning to remain still. Sera could see the conflict in his eyes, the instinct to protect Antonio warring with the need for self-preservation. The footsteps paused, just yards from their hiding spot. Sera's muscles coiled, ready to spring into action if necessary. She silently cursed herself for not bringing a weapon, though what good would it do against multiple opponents? We'll gather the crew tomorrow, the smooth voice continued. Go over the plan one last time. By this time next week, Antonio Russo will be nothing but a memory. As the voices faded into the distance, Sera and Luca remained frozen, their eyes locked in silent communication. Sera's mind raced, processing the implications of what they'd just overheard. Luca's jaw clenched, his loyalty to Antonio evident in the tightness of his features. Finally, Luca released his grip on Sera's arm, his fingers flexing as if to shake off the tension. He leaned in close, his breath warm against her ear as he whispered, We need to go. Now. Sera nodded, her heart still pounding. Separately, she breathed back, barely audible. Luca's dark eyes searched hers, a mix of wariness and grudging respect. He gave a curt nod, then gestured for her to go first. Sera slipped out of their hiding spot, every nerve on high alert. The alley seemed impossibly long, each step a potential misstep that could give her away. She forced herself to move slowly, naturally, as if she belonged there. As she reached the end of the alley, she allowed herself one glance back. Luca stood in the shadows, his presence a reassuring silhouette. Their eyes met one last time, an unspoken agreement passing between them. This wouldn't be the end of their alliance. Turning away, Sera melted into the night, her mind already churning with plans. She needed to get somewhere safe, somewhere she could process this new information without fear of discovery. The motel, she thought, quickening her pace. It's not much, but it'll do for now. Sera's footsteps echoed softly on the worn carpet of the motel hallway as she approached her room. Her fingers trembled slightly as she inserted the key, the adrenaline from her encounter with Luca and the close call in the alley still coursing through her veins. Once inside, she leaned against the closed door, exhaling deeply. The dim room, with its faded wallpaper and musty scent, felt like a sanctuary after the night's events. "What have I gotten myself into?" Sera whispered to herself, running a hand through her tousled hair. She moved to the small desk in the corner, pulling out her notebook and spreading her hastily scribbled notes across the surface. The information Luca had shared about Antonio's rivals and their connections swam before her eyes, pieces of a complex puzzle she was determined to solve. As she pored over the details, a familiar fire began to ignite within her. The risks she'd taken, the web of lies and danger she'd woven herself into, it all paled in comparison to the potential impact of exposing Antonio's criminal empire. Sera's gaze drifted to the cracked mirror on the wall, catching sight of her reflection. The woman staring back at her looked tired, but there was a steely determination in her eyes that hadn't been there before. "I'm close," she murmured, tracing a connection between two names on her notes. So close to unraveling it all. The weight of her mission settled on her shoulders, a burden she'd chosen to bear. Memories of the victims she'd interviewed, the lives destroyed by Antonio's ruthless ambition, flashed through her mind. This isn't just about a story anymore, Sera realized, her voice barely above a whisper. It's about justice. It's about doing what's right, no matter the cost. She turned back to her notes, a renewed sense of purpose flooding through her. The obstacles ahead were daunting, the risks enormous, but Sera knew she couldn't back down now. She was in too deep, and the truth was too important. "I'll bring you down, Antonio," she vowed, her fingers curling into determined fists. "No matter what it takes." Chapter 6. The flickering candlelight drew dancing shadows across Sera's face as she leaned in close to Alice, their heads nearly touching over the scarred wooden table. The low hum of conversation and clinking glasses in the dimly lit bar provided the perfect cover for their hushed discussion. Sera's eyes darted around the room, scanning for any potential eavesdroppers, before she spoke. "I think I have a way to get the intel we need on Enzo and other Antonio's rivals," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Alice raised an eyebrow, curiosity and concern mingling in her bright blue gaze. "Oh? Do tell." Sera took a slow sip of her whiskey, savoring the burn as she gathered her thoughts. The amber liquid glowed in the candlelight, reminding her of Antonio's eyes. She pushed the image from her mind, refocusing on the task at hand. "I have a contact in the criminal underworld," Sera explained, her words measured and deliberate. "Someone who might have valuable insights into Enzo's operations." Alice's brow furrowed, her usually sunny demeanor clouding with worry. "Sera, would that be wise? Involving someone with mafia connections could be incredibly dangerous." Sera felt a flicker of frustration at her friend's caution, but she knew it came from a place of love. Still, the journalist in her couldn't resist the lure of a promising lead. "I know the risks, Alice," she said, her voice tinged with determination. "But this could be our best chance at uncovering the truth." As she spoke, Sera's mind raced, weighing the potential rewards against the very real dangers. The thrill of the chase, the pursuit of justice, it called to her like a siren song. Yet warnings echoed in her ears, a sobering reminder of the perilous world she was delving into. Alice reached across the table, gently squeezing Sera's hand. "I understand your drive, sweetie, I do. But please, promise me you'll be careful. We don't know who we can trust in this world." Sera met her friend's concerned gaze, feeling a rush of affection for Alice's unwavering support. "I promise," she said softly. "I'll tread carefully." "But Alice, if this lead pans out, it could blow the whole case wide open." The excitement in Sera's voice was palpable, her hazel eyes glowing with the fervor of a journalist on the cusp of a breakthrough. Yet beneath the surface, a tiny seed of doubt took root. Was she truly prepared for the consequences of pulling on this particular thread? Alice leaned in closer, her blue eyes sparkling with a mix of concern and cunning. "I have an idea," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the low hum of the bar. "What if we try a different approach? Instead of reaching out to potentially dangerous contacts, why don't we observe the people here?" Sera raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you mean?" "Look around," Alice continued, subtly gesturing with her chin. "This place is crawling with Antonio's associates, and probably rival factions too. If we're careful, we might be able to gather information just by watching and listening." Sera's journalistic instincts kicked into high gear, her mind racing with possibilities. It was a brilliant suggestion, one that could yield results, without putting them in immediate danger. She nodded slowly, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Alice, you're a genius," Sera murmured, her eyes already scanning the dimly lit room. "We can gather intel without drawing attention to ourselves." "It's perfect." As her gaze swept across the bar, Sera's attention was drawn to a group of men seated at a nearby table. Their heads were bent close together, voices low and serious. The tension in their postures screamed business discussion to Sera's trained eye. "There," she whispered, inclining her head slightly towards the men. "Those guys look like they're talking about more than just the weather. What do you think?" Alice followed Sera's gaze, her expression thoughtful. "Good catch. They definitely seem intense. Should we try to get closer?" Sera considered for a moment, weighing the risks. Not too close, she decided. But maybe we can move to that empty table just behind them. If we're careful, we might be able to overhear something useful. As they prepared to make their move, Sera felt a familiar rush of adrenaline coursing through her veins. This was what she lived for, the thrill of the chase, the pursuit of truth. Yet a small voice in the back of her mind whispered a warning. How deep was she willing to go to uncover this story? And at what cost? Pushing her doubts aside, Sera discreetly slipped her phone from her pocket, her fingers dancing across the screen to activate the voice recorder. She placed it face down on the table, its microphone aimed towards the group of men. "Let's hope this picks up something good," Sera murmured, leaning in close to Alice. "Keep an eye out for any names or locations they might mention." As they sipped their drinks, feigning casual conversation, snippets of the men's discussion drifted to their ears. Sera's heart raced as she caught fragments that could prove invaluable. "Shipment coming in next Tuesday. Mancini won't be happy if we need to secure the warehouse on 5th. Sera's mind whirled, connecting dots and forming theories. She was so engrossed in the covert eavesdropping that she almost missed Alice's sudden intake of breath. "Sera," Alice whispered, her voice tight with tension. "Don't look now, but there's a man at the bar who's been watching us for the last 5 minutes. Dark suit, red tie." Sera's instincts kicked into high gear. She resisted the urge to turn and look, instead catching Alice's eye. "How sure are you?" "Very," Alice replied, her usually cheerful face etched with concern. "He's trying to be subtle, but I've caught him glancing our way several times." "I don't like it, Sera. We should move." Sera's mind raced, weighing the risks of staying against the potential information they could gather. But one look at Alice's worried expression made the decision for her. "You're right," Sera conceded, her hand inching towards her phone. "Let's change location. Any ideas where we should go?" As they prepared to move, Sera couldn't shake the feeling that they were stepping deeper into dangerous territory. The thrill of the investigation pulsed through her veins, but a nagging voice warned her that they might be in over their heads. Still, the pull of the story was too strong to resist. Sera just had to see it through. They rose from their seats, casually gathering their belongings as if they were simply relocating for a change of scenery. Sera's eyes darted around the dimly lit bar, searching for a strategic spot. "There," she murmured, nodding towards a group of women engaged in animated conversation near the back of the room. "Let's grab those empty seats by the potted plant." we'll blend right in. They wove their way through the crowded bar, Sera's heart quickening with each step. As they settled into their new location, she couldn't help but marvel at how different Alice looked in this setting, her usually sunny demeanor replaced by a taut alertness. "Good call," Alice whispered, leaning in close. "I can barely hear the women over the music, but they seem pretty engrossed in their chat. Think we can pick up anything useful?" Sera nodded, her journalist's instincts kicking into overdrive. "We just need to be patient and listen carefully. Remember, we're looking for any mention of Enzo or his operations." As they sipped their drinks, Sera strained to catch snippets of the nearby conversation. The women's voices ebbed and flowed, punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter. Just as Sera was beginning to wonder if they'd made a mistake, a name cut through the din like a knife. "Enzo Mancini's latest move." Sera's breath caught in her throat. She locked eyes with Alice, seeing her own excitement mirrored in her friend's face. Trying to appear nonchalant, Sera reached for her phone, fingers poised to take notes. "Did you hear that?" she whispered to Alice, her voice barely audible. "They just mentioned Enzo. This could be the break we've been waiting for." Suddenly, the bar door swung open with a resounding creak, and a gust of cool night air swept through the room, rustling napkins and causing patrons to shiver. Sera's eyes darted to the entrance, her journalistic instincts on high alert. She exchanged a quick, meaningful glance with Alice, both women sensing the shift in the atmosphere. "Something's up," Sera murmured, her hazel eyes narrowing as she scanned the crowd. Alice nodded, her usual cheerful demeanor replaced by a tense vigilance. "I feel it too. What do you think?" Her words were cut short as a man strode into the bar, his presence immediately commanding attention. Sera's breath caught in her throat as recognition dawned. It was Marco Bianchi, one of Antonio's most trusted associates. "That's Bianchi," Sera whispered, her heart rate accelerating. "Antonio's right-hand man." Alice's blue eyes widened. "What's he doing here?" Sera's mind raced, considering the possibilities. "I don't know, but this could be our chance to gather some real intel on Antonio's operations." As Marco made his way to the bar, Sera discreetly observed his movements, her journalistic instincts kicking into overdrive. She noted how other patrons seemed to instinctively make way for him, the subtle nods of acknowledgement from certain individuals. "We need to get closer," Sera said, her voice low and determined. "But we can't be obvious about it." Alice hesitated. "Sera, are you sure that's wise? If he recognizes you?" Sera felt a familiar surge of adrenaline, the same rush she always experienced when on the cusp of a breakthrough. "It's a risk we have to take, Alice. This could be our only chance to uncover what Antonio's really up to." Alice's gaze darted around the room, her psychologist's training kicking in as she assessed the situation. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto something, and she leaned in close to Sera. "Look," Alice whispered, her voice barely audible above the din of the bar. "The woman at the end of the bar, in the red dress. Did you see that?" Sera followed Alice's line of sight, her keen eyes narrowing as she observed the subtle exchange of glances between Marco and the mystery woman. It was fleeting, almost imperceptible, but loaded with meaning. "Good catch," Sera murmured, impressed by her friend's perceptiveness. "That could be our in." Alice's blue eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "What if we approached her? Strike up a conversation, see if we can glean any information?" Sera's mind whirred, weighing the potential risks against the tantalizing prospect of new information. Her fingers unconsciously traced the rim of her glass as she considered their options. "It's risky," Sera said, her voice low and thoughtful. "If she's connected to Marco, we could be putting ourselves in danger." Alice leaned in, her usual bubbly demeanor replaced by a determined intensity. "But isn't that what we came here for? To uncover the truth, no matter the cost?" Sera felt a surge of affection for her friend, grateful for Alice's unwavering support. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what was to come. "You're right," Sera said, her voice filled with resolve. "Let's do it." As they stood, Sera felt her heart pounding against her ribcage, a mixture of fear and exhilaration coursing through her veins. She exchanged a meaningful glance with Alice, both women acutely aware of the dangerous waters they were about to wade into. With measured steps, they made their way towards the woman in red, each footfall bringing them closer to the heart of Antonio's world. Sera's mind raced with possible scenarios, her journalistic instincts already formulating questions and angles of approach. As they neared their target, Sera whispered to Alice, "Follow my lead. And remember, we're just two friends out for a drink. Nothing more." Alice nodded, her face a mask of casual nonchalance that belied the tension in her shoulders. They were getting into the unknown that lay at the core of Antonio Russo's empire. Chapter 7. Sera's fingers trembled as she unfolded the cream-colored invitation, Antonio's bold handwriting sending a frisson of anticipation down her spine. The penthouse address gleamed in gold ink, beckoning her into a world she both craved and feared. As the elevator ascended, Sera's heart thundered against her ribcage. The door slid open, revealing a sight that momentarily stole her breath. Moonlight filtered through floor-to-ceiling windows, casting an ethereal glow on the opulent space before her. Her eyes darted from a Picasso hanging on one wall to a Rodin sculpture gracing a nearby pedestal. "I'm stepping into another realm entirely," Sera thought, her journalistic instincts firing on all cylinders despite the awe threatening to overwhelm her. She inhaled deeply, the scent of leather and sandalwood enveloping her as she took hesitant steps onto the plush carpet. A movement to her left caught her attention, and there he was, Antonio Russo, the man who had consumed her thoughts for weeks. "Serafina," he said, his voice a low, velvet rumble that sent shivers cascading through her body. "I'm pleased you accepted my invitation." Sera's breath caught in her throat as she took in his impeccably tailored suit, the way it accentuated his broad shoulders and lean physique. But it was his eyes that truly captivated her, those piercing orbs that seemed to look right through her carefully constructed facade. Thank you for inviting me," she managed, inwardly cursing the slight tremor in her voice. "Pull yourself together," she admonished silently. "You're here for a reason." Antonio's lips curved into a warm smile, but Sera didn't miss the flicker of something else in his gaze, a hint of vulnerability that both intrigued and unsettled her. "Please," he said, gesturing towards a sleek leather sofa. "Make yourself comfortable. Can I offer you a drink?" Sera nodded, grateful for the chance to collect her thoughts. As she sank into the buttery soft leather, her mind raced. "This is your chance," she reminded herself. "Don't let his charm distract you from why you're really here." "A glass of red, if you have it," she replied, her eyes following Antonio as he moved with feline grace towards a well-stocked bar. "An excellent choice," he murmured, selecting a bottle with practiced ease. "I believe you'll appreciate this particular vintage." As he poured, Sera found herself mesmerized by the play of muscles beneath his crisp white shirt. She forced her gaze away, focusing instead on a nearby Monet, its swirling colors a stark contrast to the sharp lines of the modern furnishings. "Your home is breathtaking," she said, accepting the glass he offered. Their fingers brushed, and Sera felt a jolt of electricity race up her arm. Antonio settled into an armchair across from her, his posture relaxed yet somehow still commanding. "Thank you," he replied, his eyes never leaving her face. "I find that surrounding oneself with beauty can be a balm for the soul, don't you agree?" Sera took a sip of wine, savoring its rich complexity as she considered her response. "I suppose that depends on what weighs on one's soul," she said carefully, watching for his reaction. A shadow passed over Antonio's features, there and gone in an instant. "Indeed," he murmured. "And what, I wonder, weighs on yours, Serafina?" The question hung in the air between them, laden with unspoken tensions and possibilities. Sera's heart raced as she realized the delicate dance they were about to begin, a dance of secrets, half-truths, and undeniable attraction. Sera leaned forward, her hazel eyes fixed on Antonio's face. "Actually, I was hoping to learn more about what weighs on yours," she said, her voice gentle but probing. "Your relationship with Isabella, for instance. You two seem incredibly close." Antonio's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. He swirled the wine in his glass, studying its deep crimson hue. "Isabella and we've been through a lot together," he said finally, his tone measured. Sera sensed his hesitation and pressed on, her journalist's instincts kicking in. "What kind of experiences shaped you both? Made you who you are today?" Antonio's piercing gaze met hers, a storm of emotions brewing behind his eyes. For a moment, Sera thought he might shut down entirely. But then, to her surprise, his shoulders relaxed slightly. "Our childhood wasn't conventional," he began, his voice low. "Our parents, well, let's just say they had their own agendas. Isabella and we only had each other." As he spoke, Sera noticed his hand tightening on the arm of the chair, knuckles white against the rich leather. She resisted the urge to reach out and touch him, to offer comfort. "There was a time," Antonio continued, his eyes distant, "when I thought I'd lose her. She was so sick, and we had no money for treatments. That's when He trailed off, conflict etched across his face. Sera's heart raced. Was this the moment of revelation she'd been waiting for? "When you what, Antonio?" she prompted gently. He met her gaze, vulnerability and determination warring in his expression. "When I made choices that set me on this path. But Sera, you have to understand, I never intended to become what people think I am." Sera leaned forward, her breath catching in her throat. The weight of Antonio's confession hung heavy in the air between them. She struggled to reconcile the man before her, vulnerable, protective of his sister, with the ruthless crime boss she'd set out to expose. I can't imagine how difficult that must have been for you," Sera said, her voice barely above a whisper. Her fingers itched to jot down notes, but she resisted, knowing it would shatter the fragile trust building between them. Antonio's gaze softened, a sad smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "You're the first person I've told this to in years," he admitted. "There's something about you, Sera. I find myself wanting to open up." The intensity of his stare sent a shiver down Sera's spine. She could feel the pull between them, electric and undeniable. Mentally, she chastised herself. She was here to uncover the truth, not fall for her subject. "Antonio," she began, her voice husky with emotion, "I appreciate you sharing this with me. But I have to ask, how do you justify the things you've done since then? The crimes you've been accused of?" His jaw tightened, a flash of the dangerous man she knew him to be. "Accusations aren't always truth, Sera. You of all people should know that." Sera's heart raced, torn between her growing sympathy for Antonio and her commitment to exposing the truth. She leaned in closer, their knees almost touching. "Then help me understand. What is the truth?" Antonio's eyes flickered with a mixture of vulnerability and guarded caution. He ran a hand through his meticulously styled dark hair, a rare display of uncertainty from the usually composed mafia boss. "The truth," he began, his voice low and measured, "is that I've spent my entire life walking a tightrope between two worlds. The empire I've built, the power I wield, it's all a means to an end. A way to protect those I care about and create a better future." Sera's breath caught in her throat. She could feel herself being drawn in by his words, his intensity. The rational part of her brain screamed that this could all be manipulation, but her heart ached with the sincerity in his voice. "And what about the people who've been hurt along the way?" she pressed, forcing herself to maintain her journalistic integrity. "How do you reconcile that with your noble intentions?" Antonio's piercing gaze met hers, unflinching. "I carry the weight of every decision, every consequence. It's a burden I've chosen to bear. But tell me, Sera, in your pursuit of the truth, haven't you also had to make difficult choices? Sacrifices? The question hit her like a physical blow. Memories of sources she'd had to betray, relationships she'd sacrificed for a story, flooded her mind. She swallowed hard, her voice barely audible. I have. Then you understand, Antonio said softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of hair from her face. The constant battle between ambition and connection. The loneliness that comes with it. Sera's skin tingled where he'd touched her. She found herself leaning into his warmth, her professional resolve crumbling. I do understand, she whispered, her hazel eyes searching his. More than I want to admit. Sera's heart raced as she abruptly stood up, needing physical distance to clear her head. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the twinkling city lights below. The cool glass against her forehead provided a momentary respite from the turmoil within. I need a minute, she murmured, more to herself than to Antonio. Behind her, she heard the soft rustle of fabric as Antonio shifted in his seat. Take all the time you need, he said, his voice a low, comforting rumble. Sera closed her eyes, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. If she pursued this story, exposed Antonio's dealings, it could be the pinnacle of her career. The kind of exposé that changes lives, brings down empires. But at what cost? The man behind her wasn't just a subject anymore. He was, what? A friend? Or could it be something more? She pressed her palms against the glass, focusing on the cool, smooth surface. If I walk away from this story, she said slowly, not turning around, I'd be betraying everything I've worked for. My integrity as a journalist. Antonio's reflection appeared in the window beside her. And if you don't? He asked softly. Sera turned to face him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Then I betray you. And myself. The tension between them was palpable, electric. Antonio took a step closer, his presence both comforting and overwhelming. We're standing on a precipice, aren't we? He said, his voice barely above a whisper. Sera nodded, her throat tight. Whatever we choose, people get hurt. Your family, your organization. My career, my reputation. The ripples of our decisions will reach far beyond us, Antonio agreed, his eyes never leaving hers. But Sera, haven't we both spent our lives making the hard choices? Carrying the weight of our actions? Sera swallowed hard, her mind racing. Antonio was right, they were both accustomed to difficult decisions. But this felt different. Monumental. I can't walk away from the truth, she said finally, her voice steadier than she felt. But I can't walk away from you either. She took a deep breath, steeling herself. I want to tell your story, Antonio. The real story. Not just the headlines and rumors, but the man behind them. Your struggles, your motivations. The good and the bad. Antonio's eyes widened slightly, a mix of surprise and something else, hope, perhaps? Flickering across his face. That's a dangerous path, Sera. For both of us. She nodded, her heart pounding. I know. But it's the only way I can see forward that doesn't compromise who I am or what I feel for you. Antonio stepped closer, his hand reaching out to cup her cheek. His touch was gentle, but Sera could feel the strength beneath it. You continue to surprise me, he murmured, his thumb brushing across her skin. Your courage, your integrity, they're breathtaking. Sera leaned into his touch, her eyes locked with his. The air between them seemed to crackle with unspoken tension and desire. This won't be easy, she whispered. Nothing worthwhile ever is, Antonio replied, his voice low and intense. In that moment, the last of Sera's reservations crumbled. She surged forward, her lips meeting Antonio's in a passionate kiss. He responded immediately, his arms wrapping around her, pulling her close. When they finally broke apart, both breathless, Antonio rested his forehead against hers. "Are you sure about this?" he asked, his eyes searching hers. Sera nodded, her decision solidifying with each passing second. "I am. Whatever comes, I'll take the consequences." Without another word, Antonio took her hand, leading her towards his private suite. As the door closed behind them, Sera knew her life would never be the same. But for once, the unknown future didn't frighten her. It exhilarated her. Chapter 8. The city lights twinkled like distant stars through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Antonio's penthouse. A soft glow washed over the Italian marble floors. Sera's heart pounded as she found herself alone with him, the air thick with unspoken tension. Antonio's piercing gaze locked onto hers, his dark eyes smoldering with an intensity that made her breath catch. The world beyond the penthouse seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them in this moment of electric connection. "Sera," Antonio murmured, his voice a low, velvety rumble that sent shivers down her spine. "I've tried to deny this, whatever it is between us. But I can't fight it anymore." Sera swallowed hard, her mind racing. This man was dangerous, a criminal mastermind she'd sworn to expose. Yet she felt herself drawn to him, moth to flame. "Antonio, we shouldn't." But even as the words left her lips, she found herself moving closer, as if pulled by an invisible thread. Antonio's muscular frame radiated heat as he closed the distance between them, one large hand coming to rest at the small of her back. "Tell me to stop," he whispered, his breath warm against her cheek. "Tell me you don't want this as much as I do." Sera's resolve crumbled. With a soft gasp, she pressed herself against him, her lips meeting his in a kiss that set her world ablaze. Antonio's arms encircled her, strong yet gentle, as he deepened the kiss with a passion that left her breathless. Their bodies melded together, every curve and plane fitting perfectly as if they were made for each other. Sera's fingers tangled in Antonio's dark hair as his hands roamed her back, igniting sparks wherever they touched. "God, what am I doing?" Sera thought hazily as she lost herself in the heat of the moment. "This is madness, but it feels so right." When they finally broke apart, both were panting softly. Antonio rested his forehead against hers, his eyes searching her face. "Bellissima," he murmured. "You've bewitched me, Sera Ward." Sera's heart raced, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. "Antonio, this is complicated. You know who I am, what I do. How can we?" He silenced her with another searing kiss, then pulled back just enough to speak. "We'll figure it out, cara mia. Together. I won't let anything come between us, not my enemies, not your work. Nothing." As Sera gazed up at him, she knew she was crossing a line she could never uncross. But in that moment, held safe in Antonio's strong arms, she found she didn't care. Antonio's gaze softened as he looked at Sera, his usually guarded expression giving way to a vulnerability she'd never seen before. With a tenderness that belied his fearsome reputation, he reached out, gently brushing a wayward strand of hair from her face. His fingers lingered, tracing the curve of her cheek with a touch so light it sent shivers down her spine. "Sera," he whispered, his voice husky with emotion. "I never thought I'd feel this way again." Her breath caught in her throat, heart pounding so loudly she was sure he could hear it. The intensity of the moment overwhelmed her, and she found herself taking a small step back, needing space to process the whirlwind of emotions coursing through her. Sera's eyes searched Antonio's face, looking for any hint of doubt or hesitation. But all she saw was raw, unguarded longing. It both thrilled and terrified her. "Antonio," she began, her voice barely above a whisper, "what we are doing, this is dangerous. For both of us." He took a step towards her, closing the distance she'd created. "Life is dangerous, cara mia. But some things are worth the risk." Sera's mind raced. She thought of her career, her principles, the story she'd come here to uncover. But as she looked into Antonio's eyes, she realized with startling clarity that her heart was no longer her own. Antonio's gaze held her captive as he reached for her hand, enveloping it in his own. His touch was warm, strong, and oddly comforting, despite the danger he represented. "I promise you, Sera," he murmured, his voice low and fervent, "I will protect you. No harm will come to you while you're with me. The dangers of my world, they won't touch you." Sera's heart raced at his words, a mixture of desire and apprehension coursing through her veins. She wanted to believe him, to lose herself in the safety of his arms. But the investigative journalist in her couldn't be silenced so easily. "Antonio," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly, I'm torn. What I feel right now is real, but I can't ignore what I know about the things you've done." She pulled her hand away gently, wrapping her arms around herself as if to ward off a chill. "How can we have a future when I'm committed to exposing the very world you've built?" Antonio's jaw tightened, a flicker of pain crossing his features. "You think you know everything about me, about my world?" Sera shook her head, frustration evident in her voice. "No, that's just it. I don't know everything. And that's what scares me. The consequences of this relationship, they could be devastating. For both of us." Her mind whirled with possibilities, her career in ruins, her integrity questioned, or worse, finding herself entangled in the dangerous web of Antonio's criminal activities. Yet, even as these thoughts plagued her, she couldn't deny the magnetic pull she felt towards him. Antonio stepped closer, his piercing gaze never wavering from Sera's face. The intensity in his dark eyes made her breath catch in her throat. "Sera," he began, his voice low and measured, "I acknowledge the risks. Our worlds are different, dangerous even. But what we have..." He paused, reaching out to cup her cheek gently. "It's worth fighting for. Together, we have a chance." Sera's pulse quickened at his touch, her resolve wavering. She wanted to believe him, to trust in the strength of their connection. But doubt still gnawed at her. "How can you be so sure?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. Antonio's thumb traced her jawline, sending shivers down her spine. "Because I've never felt this way before. You challenge me, Sera. You make me want to be better." From the penthouse, Sera decides to call Alice and seek for her best friend's advice. She knew Alice would disapprove, but did not expect such a harsh reprimand. Alice's voice suddenly cut through the charged atmosphere. "Sera? Are you here? We need to talk." Sera could sense the mixture of concern and disapproval etched on Alice's face. "What are you doing?" Alice demanded. "Do you have any idea how dangerous this is?" Sera took a deep breath, her heart racing as she faced her best friend. "Alice, I know what you mean," Sera began, her voice trembling slightly. "But it's not what you think. Antonio he's different from what we believed." Alice's voice shot up in disbelief. "Different? Sera, he's a criminal. How can you be so blind?" Sera felt a surge of defiance. "I'm not blind, Alice. I see him clearly, all of him. The good and the bad. I believe in his capacity for change. I've seen glimpses of the man he could be." "You don't know what you're getting into," Alice pleaded, reaching for Sera's arm. Sera gently pulled away. "Maybe I don't. But I know what I feel, Alice. It's more than just attraction. Antonio challenges me, makes me see the world differently." At the penthouse, Luca emerged from the shadows of the adjacent room. His dark eyes narrowed as he approached Antonio, his posture tense and alert. "Boss," Luca murmured, his voice low and urgent. "A word?" Antonio nodded, and Luca led him to a corner. "Antonio, this woman." "Sera, she's a liability," Luca said, his tone laced with concern. "Her presence here puts everything we've built at risk. How can we trust she won't expose us?" Antonio's dark eyes flashed with intensity as he turned to face Luca, his broad shoulders tensing beneath his impeccably tailored suit. The penthouse's muted lighting cast shadows across his chiseled features, accentuating the air of authority that radiated from him. "Enough," Antonio commanded, his voice low and firm. The single word reverberated through the room, silencing Luca instantly. "I trust Sera implicitly. She's not just a liability, she's an asset we've been blind to until now." Luca's brow furrowed, his lips parting to object, but Antonio raised a hand, cutting him off. "Her investigative skills, her connections, they're invaluable," Antonio continued, his gaze unwavering. "And I vow to protect her at all costs. She's under my protection now, understood?" As Antonio's words hung in the air, Sera stepped forward, her heart racing with a mixture of gratitude and determination. She could feel Alice's worried gaze on her back, but she pushed the guilt aside, focusing on the opportunity before her. "Antonio," Sera began, her voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her veins. "I want to help. Not just as a bystander, but as an active participant in your fight against Enzo Mancini." Antonio's eyebrows raised slightly, intrigue flickering in his dark eyes. "What did you have in mind?" Sera took a deep breath, her mind racing through the possibilities. "I've been investigating Mancini's operations for months. I have sources, data, connections that could be crucial in taking him down. Let me put my skills to use for you." She paused, gauging the reactions around her. Luca's skepticism was palpable, but Antonio's intense gaze never wavered from her face. "I can start by cross-referencing my findings with your intelligence," Sera continued, her confidence growing. "There might be overlaps or blind spots we haven't considered. And my press credentials could get us access to places your men can't go without raising suspicion." Antonio's lips curved into a small, impressed smile. "You've given this some thought, haven't you?" Sera nodded, her determination unwavering. "I want to prove myself, Antonio. To you and to your inner circle. Let me show you what I'm capable of." Antonio's expression hardened, his jaw clenching as he considered her proposal. For a moment, Sera feared she had overstepped, but then he spoke, his voice low and measured. "Your skills are undeniable, Sera," he said, running a hand through his meticulously styled hair. "And I admire your determination. But this isn't a game. The dangers are real, and I won't risk your safety unnecessarily." Sera's heart raced, torn between elation at his apparent agreement and concern over his hesitation. She opened her mouth to protest, but Antonio held up a hand, silencing her. "I'll allow you to assist us," he continued, his piercing gaze locked on hers, "but there will be rules. Non-negotiable boundaries to ensure your protection." Relief flooded through Sera, mingling with a surge of anticipation. "Of course," she agreed eagerly. "Whatever you think is necessary." Antonio nodded, his expression softening slightly. "You'll work closely with Luca, sharing your intel and following his lead on operations. No field work without explicit approval from me. And if at any point I deem the risk too high, you step back immediately. No questions asked. Understood?" Sera nodded, her mind already spinning with possibilities. "Understood. Thank you, Antonio. I won't let you down." Sera closed the distance between them. She wrapped her arms around Antonio's solid frame, feeling the tension in his muscles slowly release as he returned the embrace. Antonio's eyes hardened slightly, a reminder of the power he wielded. "I'll protect you. No harm will come to you, Sera. Not while I draw breath." The conviction in his voice sent a shiver down her spine. Sera knew the battles ahead would test them both, her integrity, his empire, their love. Yet in this moment, wrapped in his arms, she allowed herself to believe in the impossible. Their lips met in a searing kiss, passion and determination intertwining. When they finally parted, both slightly breathless, Sera saw her own mix of emotions reflected in Antonio's eyes, desire, resolve, and the unspoken acknowledgement of the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 9. The click of Sera's heels echoed in the deserted street as she exited her apartment building, the cool night air a welcome respite after hours hunched over her laptop. Her mind buzzed with the implications of her latest exposé, fingers itching to type out more damning evidence against the city's corrupt elite. A flicker of movement in her peripheral vision made her pause. Something's off. Her journalistic instincts prickled with unease. Before she could react, strong arms seized her from behind. Sera's bag clattered to the ground, files spilling across the sidewalk. "Let go of me," she snarled, struggling against her captor's iron grip. Her elbow connected with a solid torso, eliciting a grunt of pain. "Feisty one, ain't she?" a gruff voice chuckled. Heart pounding, Sera kicked backwards, her heel grinding into her assailant's shin. His grip loosened just enough for her to wrench free. She spun around, face to face with two burly men in dark suits. Their expressionless faces sent a chill down her spine. Professionals. This is no random mugging. Ms. Ward, a smooth, cultured voice cut through the night. "I'd advise against further resistance." Enzo Mancini emerged from the shadows, his silver hair gleaming under the streetlights. His green eyes held no warmth as they appraised her. Sera's mind raced. How did he find me? What does he want? She raised her chin defiantly. "Mr. Mancini. I wasn't aware we had an appointment." Enzo's lips curved into a cold smile. "Consider this a impromptu interview. I'm quite interested in your recent investigations." "Sorry," Sera retorted, "but I don't discuss ongoing stories. Journalistic integrity and all that." She edged sideways, eyeing the distance to her building's entrance. "If I can just make it inside." Enzo's eyes narrowed. "I'm afraid I must insist." At his subtle nod, the two men lunged for her. Sera ducked, narrowly avoiding their grasp. She sprinted towards her building, heart thundering in her chest. Almost there. Just a few more steps. A hand fisted in her hair, yanking her backwards. Sera cried out in pain and frustration. Now, Enzo's voice oozed false concern. "There's no need for dramatics." Sera thrashed in her captor's grip, mind whirling. "Think, Sera. There has to be a way out of this." "You won't get away with this," she hissed, glaring at Enzo. "People will notice I'm missing." Enzo merely raised an eyebrow. "Will they? I think you'll find your colleagues believe you're on a well-deserved vacation. Now, shall we?" A sleek black car purred to life at the curb. Sera's blood ran cold as realization dawned. They've planned this. How long have they been watching me? As they dragged her towards the vehicle, Sera's thoughts turned to Antonio. Would he notice her absence? Would he care? Their complicated relationship flashed through her mind, stolen moments of passion, tempered by mistrust and secrets. "This won't end well for you, Mancini," Sera warned, her voice steadier than she felt. Enzo's chuckle sent shivers down her spine. "On the contrary, Ms. Ward. I believe this is just the beginning." The car door slammed shut, muffling Sera's protests as they sped off into the night. Antonio Russo stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows of his penthouse office, the city's nightscape sprawling before him. His phone buzzed, drawing his attention away from the twinkling lights. An unknown number flashed on the screen. Frowning, he swiped to read the message. "Your little journalist is in the lion's den. Mancini's claws are out." Tick-tock, Russo. Antonio's breath caught in his throat, his grip on the phone tightening. "Sera. Mancini. No." He ran a hand through his meticulously styled hair, mind racing. "Damn it," he muttered, pacing the length of his office. "How did I let this happen?" The shock of the revelation quickly morphed into a simmering rage. Antonio's dark eyes narrowed as he stared at the message again, analyzing every word. I should have known Enzo would make a move. I've been too distracted, too complacent. He strode to his desk, fingers flying over the keyboard as he accessed his network of informants. Come on, he muttered, searching for any hint of Sera's whereabouts. Antonio's thoughts drifted to Sera, her fierce determination, the fire in her hazel eyes when she challenged him. A pang of something dangerously close to fear gripped his heart. I won't let him hurt you, he vowed quietly, his usually measured tone thick with emotion. Pulling up another screen, Antonio began formulating a plan. He'd need to move quickly, carefully. One wrong move could spell disaster for Sera. I should have protected her better, he thought, guilt gnawing at him. But I'll make this right. Whatever it takes. With renewed determination, Antonio reached for his secure phone. It was time to call in every favor, use every resource at his disposal. Sera's life depended on it. Hold on, Sera, he whispered. I'm coming for you. Antonio's fingers hovered over the phone for a split second before he dialed the familiar number. The line rang twice before a gruff voice answered. Boss? Luca, I need you. Now. Antonio's tone was clipped, urgency lacing every word. There was a brief pause on the other end. I'm on my way. 10 minutes. Antonio exhaled sharply. Make it 5. Sera's been taken. Shit, Luca muttered. Enzo? Who else? Antonio's jaw clenched. Gather our best men. We're going to war. As he ended the call, Antonio's mind raced through possibilities. He knew Enzo's tactics, his weaknesses. But the stakes had never been this high. I can't lose her, he thought, a wave of unfamiliar vulnerability washing over him. Meanwhile, in a dank, musty room, Sera struggled against her bonds, her heart thundering in her chest. The rough fabric of the blindfold chafed against her skin as she turned her head, straining to hear any clue about her location. Think, Sera, she commanded herself. Use your training. Assess the situation. She inhaled deeply, catching the faint scent of motor oil and salt water. A warehouse near the docks, maybe? Sera flexed her wrists, testing the strength of the rope. It was tight, but not impossibly so. If she could just... A door creaked open, and heavy footsteps approached. Sera's breath caught in her throat. Well, a smooth voice purred. The intrepid reporter, all trussed up like a gift. Sera's blood ran cold. She recognized that voice. Enzo, she spat, mustering all the defiance she could. You won't get away with this. His low chuckle sent shivers down her spine. Oh, my dear, Enzo said, his finger tracing her jawline. I already have. Antonio paced the dimly lit room, his polished shoes clicking against the marble floor. The space, normally his sanctuary, felt suffocating as the weight of Sera's abduction pressed down on him. He turned to face Luca and the assembled team, his dark eyes glinting with barely contained fury. Gentlemen, Antonio began, his voice low and controlled, we have one shot at this. Failure is not an option. He gestured to the blueprint sprawled across his mahogany desk. Enzo's likely holding Sera here, he said, tapping a circled warehouse on the map. It's isolated, easily defended, and close to his usual haunts. Luca leaned in, studying the layout. Security will be tight, he mused, rubbing his chin. We'll need a diversion. Antonio nodded, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. Already arranged. Our friends in the Port Authority will be conducting a surprise inspection of Enzo's legitimate businesses. That should draw some of his muscle away. As the team discussed entry points and contingencies, Antonio's mind drifted to Sera. Her fierce determination, her unwavering principles, qualities that both frustrated and captivated him. I should have protected her better, the repetitive thought was a pang of guilt tightening his chest. "Boss?" Luca's voice snapped Antonio back to the present. "We're ready." Antonio straightened his tie, his composure settling over him like armor. "Then let's move. Remember, Sera's safety is paramount. No unnecessary risks." As they filed out, Antonio caught his reflection in a nearby mirror. The man staring back was not the suave businessman or the ruthless mafia boss. This was a man driven by something deeper, something he'd long thought himself incapable of feeling. "Hold on, Sera," he thought, his resolve hardening. "I'm coming for you." Sera's eyes strained against the dim light filtering through a grimy window. The musty air of the warehouse filled her nostrils, mingling with the acrid scent of fear and sweat. She flexed her wrists, testing the bonds that held her to the cold metal chair. "Think, Sera. Observe. There's always a weakness." A gruff voice echoed from beyond the door. "Boss wants an update every hour. No slip-ups." Sera's instincts kicked in. Information is power. She cleared her throat, projecting vulnerability into her voice. "Please," she called out, "I need water." Heavy footsteps approached. The door creaked open, revealing a hulking figure silhouetted against the hallway light. "Shut it," the guard growled, but Sera detected a hint of hesitation. She licked her dry lips, mind racing. "Look, I know you're just following orders. But I'm no threat to you. Maybe we could talk?" The guard shifted uncomfortably. "No talking." Sera pressed on, her tone softening. "I get it. Loyalty's important. Is that why you work for Enzo? Family ties?" A flicker of surprise crossed the guard's face before he schooled his features. "I said shut it." But Sera had seen enough. Family. That's the pressure point. She filed the information away, already formulating her next move. Meanwhile, outside the warehouse perimeter, Antonio and his team moved with practiced stealth. Luca signaled, pointing to a pair of guards near a side entrance. Antonio nodded, his voice barely a whisper. "Take them out." Quietly. As Luca and another team member slipped away, Antonio's thoughts turned to Sera. She's resourceful, he reminded himself. She won't give up without a fight. The thought both comforted and unnerved him. A soft thud, then silence. Luca reappeared, giving a thumbs up. Antonio exhaled slowly, pushing down the surge of anticipation. "Good. Let's move." Sera's ears perked up at the faint sound of a muffled thud echoing through the warehouse. Her heart began to race, a mixture of hope and trepidation coursing through her veins. Could it be? She strained to hear more, pressing her ear against the cold metal door of her cell. Another thud, closer this time, followed by the unmistakable sound of a body hitting the floor. Sera's breath caught in her throat. It has to be Antonio, she thought, a surge of emotions threatening to overwhelm her. Pushing aside her feelings, Sera forced herself to focus. This is my chance, she realized, her investigative skills told her. She scanned the room, searching for anything she could use as a weapon or tool. Her eyes landed on a loose screw protruding from the rickety cot in the corner. With trembling fingers, she worked to pry it free, wincing as the sharp metal bit into her skin. Outside, the sounds of conflict grew louder. A muffled grunt, then a sharp crack. Sera's heart pounded in her ears as she gripped the screw tightly, positioning herself beside the door. Stay calm, she whispered to herself, drawing on the same inner strength that had carried her through countless dangerous investigations. You've faced worse. You can do this. Suddenly, the unmistakable sound of gunfire erupted, followed by shouts of alarm. Sera tensed, every muscle in her body coiled and ready to spring into action. The door handle jiggled violently. Sera raised her makeshift weapon, prepared to strike. With a thunderous crash, the door burst open. Antonio stood in the doorway, his usually impeccable appearance disheveled, a wild look in his eyes as they locked onto Sera. "Sera," he breathed, relief and something deeper coloring his voice. Sera lowered her arm, the screw clattering to the floor. "Antonio," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I knew you'd come." Sera launched herself into Antonio's arms, her body trembling as the adrenaline began to subside. She buried her face in his chest, inhaling his familiar scent of expensive cologne and gunpowder. "I thought." She choked out, her voice muffled against his shirt. "I didn't know if." Antonio's strong arms encircled her, his grip fierce and protective. "Shoo," he murmured, his lips brushing against her hair. "I've got you now. You're safe." Sera pulled back slightly, her hazel eyes searching Antonio's face. The intensity of his gaze made her breath catch. "You risked everything," she whispered. "Why?" Antonio's jaw clenched, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his features. "Because you're worth it," he said simply. A commotion in the hallway broke the moment. Luca appeared in the doorway, his normally impassive face etched with urgency. "Boss, we need to move. Now." Antonio nodded sharply, his demeanor shifting back to the ruthless mafia don. "Status?" "Area secure," Luca reported. "Enzo's men are down or contained. Cleanup crews on standby." Sera's investigative instincts kicked in despite her exhaustion. "What about evidence? If we could link this to Enzo." Antonio's hand on her arm silenced her. "Not now," he said, his tone gentle but firm. "Your safety is the priority." As they moved swiftly through the dimly lit corridors, Sera's mind raced. She was grateful, yes, but the journalist in her couldn't help but catalog the implications of Antonio's rescue. What would this mean for their complicated relationship? For her investigation? "Try not to think so loudly," Antonio murmured, a hint of amusement in his voice as they reached a nondescript black SUV. Sera managed a weak smile. "Old habits," she replied, allowing herself to be helped into the vehicle. As they sped away into the night, Sera cast one last glance at the abandoned warehouse. She couldn't shake the feeling that this rescue, however welcome, had irrevocably altered the delicate balance between her and Antonio. The SUV glided through the night-shrouded streets, its tinted windows reflecting the occasional flash of street lights. Sera leaned back against the plush leather seat, her body finally registering the full weight of her ordeal. Every muscle ached, a stark reminder of her struggle against Enzo's men. Antonio's voice cut through the silence, low and controlled. "We're heading to a safe house on the outskirts of the city. It's secure, off the grid." Sera nodded, her journalistic mind already piecing together questions. "And then what?" she asked, her voice hoarse from disuse. Antonio's eyes met hers in the rearview mirror, dark and unreadable. "Then we plan our next move. Enzo's actions cannot go unanswered." A shiver ran down Sera's spine, not entirely from fear. The intensity in Antonio's gaze reminded her of the complex man behind the mafia boss facade, the man who had just risked everything to save her. "I appreciate what you did," Sera said softly, choosing her words carefully. "But I need to understand why. This goes beyond our arrangement, doesn't it?" Antonio's jaw tightened, and for a moment, Sera thought he wouldn't respond. Then, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of his empire, he spoke. "You've become more than just an asset, Sera. I couldn't stand by and let Enzo harm you." The admission hung in the air between them, heavy with unspoken implications. Sera's heart raced, her mind grappling with the surge of emotions his words evoked. She opened her mouth to respond, but the SUV suddenly slowed, turning onto a gravel driveway. "We're here," Antonio announced, effectively ending the conversation. As they approached a modest, nondescript house, Sera couldn't shake the feeling that while one danger had passed, an entirely new set of complications lay ahead. Chapter 10. Antonio's fingers drummed a steady rhythm on the polished mahogany of his imposing desk as he fixed Sera with an inscrutable gaze. "Please, come in," he intoned, his voice a rich baritone that sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. Sera hesitated for a fraction of a second before stepping over the threshold. The plush carpet muffled her footsteps as she entered the study, her keen journalist's eyes immediately taking stock of her surroundings. Dark wood paneling lined the walls, lending the room an air of old-world sophistication that both impressed and intimidated. But it was the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves that truly captured her attention. Rows upon rows of leather-bound tomes stretched as far as she could see, their gilded spines glinting in the warm light cast by ornate Tiffany lamps. Sera's heart quickened at the sight. These weren't just for show. The well-worn spines and occasional dog-eared page spoke of frequent use. "You seem surprised," Antonio observed, a hint of amusement coloring his tone. Sera met his gaze as she formulated her response. "I wouldn't have pegged you for such an avid reader," she admitted, her voice steady despite the nervous flutter in her stomach. Antonio's lips quirked in what might have been a smile. "There's a great deal about me you don't know, Ms. Ward." "And I intend to find out," Sera thought, her resolve strengthening even as she felt herself being drawn further into Antonio's world. The air in the study seemed thick with unspoken tension, and Sera found herself hyper-aware of every detail, the faint scent of leather and sandalwood, the soft ticking of an antique clock, the way Antonio's piercing eyes seemed to see right through her carefully constructed facade. "Please, have a seat," Antonio gestured to a plush leather chair positioned across from his desk. As Sera lowered herself into it, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was stepping into the lion's den. Yet beneath her apprehension, an undeniable thrill of excitement coursed through her veins. "This is it," she told herself. "The moment of truth." Whatever Antonio was about to reveal, Sera knew it would change everything. She leaned forward slightly, her posture a mixture of professional curiosity and barely concealed anticipation. "Now then, Ms. Ward," Antonio began jokingly, his voice low and controlled. "I believe it's time we had a frank discussion about why you're really here." Sera's breath caught in her throat, but she maintained her composure, meeting Antonio's penetrating gaze with unwavering determination. "I'm here to understand you, Mr. Russo," she replied, her voice steady despite the rapid beating of her heart. "To uncover the truth behind the man who commands such power and respect." Antonio's eyes flickered with an emotion Sera couldn't quite decipher. He leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin. "The truth," he mused, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "A dangerous thing to pursue in my world, Ms. Ward." Sera felt a shiver run down her spine, but she pressed on. "I'm willing to take that risk." For a long moment, Antonio remained silent, studying her with an intensity that made Sera feel as though he were peering into her very soul. Then, with a barely perceptible nod, he began to speak. "My family's involvement in the mafia goes back generations," Antonio said, his voice taking on a distant quality. "It's in our blood, as inescapable as the tide." Sera listened intently, her mind racing to process every word, every nuance in Antonio's tone. She watched as his expression hardened, a shadow passing over his features. "I was barely more than a boy when I first witnessed the true cost of this life," he continued. "My father." Antonio's voice trailed off, and Sera found herself leaning forward, drawn in by the raw emotion she glimpsed beneath his carefully controlled exterior. What happened to his father, she wondered, her journalistic instincts warring with the unexpected surge of empathy she felt. "It was a rival family," Antonio said, his words clipped and precise. "They thought to send a message. Instead, they created the very thing they feared most." Sera's eyes widened as the implications of his statement sank in. This is it, she realized. The moment that shaped him into the man he is today. She remained silent, afraid that even the slightest interruption might break the spell of Antonio's unexpected candor. Antonio's gaze drifted to a point beyond Sera, his eyes unfocused as if looking into the past. I can still smell the gunpowder, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. The metallic tang of blood in the air. Sera felt a chill run down her spine, her imagination conjuring vivid images of a young Antonio standing amidst chaos and violence. She resisted the urge to reach out and touch his hand, sensing that any physical contact might shatter the moment. That day, Antonio continued, his tone measured and controlled, I learned that trust is a luxury we cannot afford in this world. Betrayal lurks around every corner, wearing the face of a friend, a partner, even family. He paused, his jaw clenching momentarily before he regained his composure. Sera found herself holding her breath, captivated by the intensity of his gaze as he turned back to her. You asked why I am the way I am, Sera, Antonio said, a hint of bitterness creeping into his voice. It's because I've seen the consequences of weakness, of misplaced faith. Every decision I've made since that day has been to ensure I never find myself in such a vulnerable position again. Sera's mind raced, piecing together the fragments of Antonio's past. She wanted to ask 1,000 questions, to dig deeper into the events that had shaped this complex man before her. But she held back, recognizing the rarity of this moment of openness. I understand, she said softly, surprising herself with the sincerity in her own voice. And she did understand, at least in part. The weight of Antonio's experiences hung heavy in the air between them, a tangible presence in the opulent study. Sera leaned forward, her hazel eyes reflecting a mix of empathy and curiosity. Antonio, she said, her voice gentle yet probing, I can't imagine the pain you've endured. How did you find the strength to keep going? Antonio's gaze flickered to the window, his expression momentarily unguarded. When he spoke, his voice carried a rawness that sent a shiver down Sera's spine. There were days when I didn't want to, he admitted, his fingers drumming a restless rhythm on the arm of his chair. But weakness wasn't an option. Not if I wanted to protect what was left of my family, of my world. Sera watched as Antonio's composure wavered, his usual mask of calm authority cracking to reveal the turmoil beneath. She found herself reaching out, her hand hovering inches from his arm before she thought better of it. You've carried this burden alone for so long, she murmured, her heart aching for the man before her. Antonio's eyes snapped back to hers, a flash of vulnerability quickly replaced by his customary steel. Alone is safer, he said, his tone hardening. Alone, I can't be betrayed again. Sera's brow furrowed, her journalist's instincts warring with her growing emotional investment. How could she reconcile the ruthless mafia boss with this wounded man? But at what cost, Antonio? She asked softly, her words hanging in the air between them. Antonio's jaw clenched, a muscle twitching beneath his skin. He rose abruptly, pacing behind his desk with the coiled energy of a caged predator. Sera's eyes followed his movements, noting the tension in his broad shoulders. The cost, he repeated, his voice low and dangerous. The cost was everything I ever cared about. He stopped suddenly, bracing his hands on the desk and leaning forward. The intensity in his gaze pinned Sera to her seat. Let me tell you about cost, Serafina, Antonio continued, his words measured but laced with barely contained fury. The night I lost everything, I gained the resolve to never be powerless again. Sera's breath caught in her throat. This was it, the pivotal moment she'd been waiting for. She leaned forward, her recorder forgotten in her lap as she hung on Antonio's every word. My father, Antonio began, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the edge of the desk, was a man of honor, believe it or not. He had rules, lines he wouldn't cross. And it got him killed. The air in the study seemed to thicken, charged with the weight of Antonio's revelation. Sera's heart raced, her mind whirling with the implications of what she was hearing. I watched them gun him down, Antonio continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper. I was just a boy, hidden in the shadows, as they destroyed everything I knew. Sera's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. Oh, Antonio, she breathed, fighting the urge to go to him, to offer comfort she knew he wouldn't accept. Antonio's gaze flickered to Sera, a flash of vulnerability crossing his features before his mask of control slipped back into place. That night, I made a vow. I would become more powerful, more ruthless than anyone who dared to challenge me. I would build an empire that no one could touch. Sera felt her heart constrict, a wave of conflicting emotions washing over her. The journalist in her recognized the gravity of Antonio's confession, the story of a lifetime. But the woman in her ached for the boy who had lost everything, for the man who had built walls so high to protect himself. I understand now, Sera said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Why you've become who you are. Antonio's eyes narrowed, searching her face for any sign of judgment or deceit. Do you? Can you truly understand the choices I've had to make? Sera swallowed hard, her mind racing. She thought of her own relentless pursuit of the truth, the risks she'd taken, the lines she'd skirted. I think I'm beginning to, she admitted, her voice trembling slightly. The tension in the room was palpable as Antonio rose from his chair, circling the desk to stand before her. Sera's breath caught in her throat as he reached out, his fingers grazing her cheek. And yet, you're still here, he murmured, his touch sending shivers down her spine. Knowing what you know, seeing who I truly am. Why? Sera closed her eyes, leaning into his touch, despite herself. Because, she whispered, her heart pounding, I see more than just the ruthless boss. I see the man beneath, the one who's fighting to protect what's his. Chapter 11. The hardwood floor creaked under Sera's restless feet as she paced her dimly lit apartment, each step a pendulum swinging between two impossible choices. The city lights filtered through her half-drawn curtains, drawing long shadows that seemed to mirror the conflict within her. Expose Antonio and uphold my journalistic integrity, or protect him and potentially save lives? Sera muttered, her fingers unconsciously twisting a strand of her wavy brown hair. She paused at her desk, eyes scanning the meticulously organized files that held the key to Antonio Russo's criminal empire. The weight of her impending decision pressed down on her shoulders like a physical force. She could almost hear Thomas's voice in her head, reminding her of the tenets of ethical journalism they'd discussed countless times over late-night coffees in the newsroom. But at what cost? Sera whispered to the empty room, her hazel eyes reflecting the turmoil within. The faces of Antonio's potential victims flashed through her mind, a stark contrast to the tender moments she'd shared with the enigmatic mafia boss. She resumed her pacing, each turn bringing a new wave of doubt and conviction. If I expose him, I could be signing his death warrant. If I don't, I'm complicit in his crimes. The words tasted bitter on her tongue, the dichotomy of her situation threatening to tear her apart. The shrill ring of her phone cut through the tension-filled silence, causing Sera to jump. Her heart raced as she recognized the caller ID, Thomas Wayne. With a deep breath to steady her nerves, Sera answered, Thomas, hi. Sera, Thomas's voice came through, tinged with an urgency that made her stomach clench. We need to talk. Can you come to the office immediately? Sera's mind whirred. Had he discovered her hesitation? Did he know about her growing feelings for Antonio? She swallowed hard before replying, of course. I'll be there in 20 minutes. As she hung up, Sera's gaze fell on the stack of files on her desk. The product of months of investigation, countless sleepless nights, and dangerous encounters all leading to this moment. This is it, she murmured, gathering the files with trembling hands. No turning back now. Sera grabbed her leather satchel, carefully placing the files inside. As she did so, her fingers brushed against the small voice recorder she'd used during her interviews with Antonio. The memory of his deep, accented voice sent a shiver down her spine. With one last glance around her apartment, Sera squared her shoulders and headed for the door. The click of the lock behind her felt eerily final, as if she were sealing away a part of herself along with her doubts. As she stepped into the elevator, Sera caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirrored walls. The woman staring back at her looked determined, if a little haunted. "You can do this," she told her reflection, willing herself to believe it. "Whatever happens, you'll face it head-on." The elevator door slid open, and Sera strode out into the night, her footsteps echoing with purpose. The city bustled around her, oblivious to the storm raging within her heart and the decision that could change everything. Sera entered the Daily Chronicle's lobby. The familiar scent of ink and coffee filled her nostrils, usually comforting but now only adding to her unease. She made her way to Thomas's office, her heart pounding with each step. As she pushed open the heavy oak door, the tension in the room hit her like a physical force. Thomas sat behind his desk, his stern gaze fixed upon her. The disappointment etched on his face made Sera's stomach clench. "Sera," Thomas said, his voice low and measured. "Sit down. We need to talk about your investigation." She sank into the chair opposite him, her satchel clutched tightly to her chest like a shield. "Thomas, He held up a hand, silencing her. "I've known you for years, Sera. I've watched you grow into one of the finest journalists I've ever worked with. So I need you to explain to me, in your own words, why you're throwing it all away." Sera took a deep breath, steeling herself. When she spoke, her voice was steady, but tinged with an undercurrent of conflict. "I can't expose Antonio, Thomas. I know what that means for my career, for everything we've worked towards, but I can't do it." Thomas leaned forward, his brow furrowed. "And why is that?" "Because Sera paused, the words catching in her throat. "I've developed feelings for him. And I believe he feels the same way about me." She watched as Thomas's expression shifted from disappointment to concern. Sera pressed on, her words tumbling out faster now. "But it's not just that. If I expose him, I'd be putting myself in danger. His enemies, his rivals, they'd come after me. And I'm not sure I can handle that kind of threat." As she spoke, Sera's mind raced with images of shadowy figures and whispered threats. She could almost feel the weight of unseen eyes watching her, waiting for her to make a mistake. Thomas sat back in his chair, studying her intently. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken words and shattered expectations. Thomas's voice cut through the tension, laced with a mixture of concern and disappointment. "Sera, I understand you've developed feelings for Antonio, but have you truly considered the consequences of this decision?" He leaned forward, his wire-rimmed glasses catching the light. "Your career, your reputation, everything you've worked so hard for, it's all at stake here." Sera felt her throat tighten, but she held Thomas's gaze. Her fingers absently traced the edge of the manila folder in her lap, filled with damning evidence she'd collected over months of investigation. "I know, Thomas," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But I can't ignore my heart, even if it means sacrificing everything else." Thomas's expression softened slightly, but the concern in his eyes remained. "Journalistic integrity isn't just a lofty ideal, Sera. It's the foundation of everything we do. Once compromised, it's nearly impossible to regain." Sera nodded, feeling the weight of her decision pressing down on her. With trembling hands, she lifted the folder and placed it on Thomas's desk. "I know," she said, her voice stronger now. "That's why I'm giving you this, all my notes, all the evidence. I won't use it, but I trust you to do what's right with it." The room fell silent as Thomas stared at the folder, the physical manifestation of Sera's sacrifice. She could almost hear the ticking of the clock on the wall, each second stretching into eternity. Thomas leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing behind his wire-rimmed glasses. The disappointment etched on his face was as clear as the afternoon sunlight streaming through the office window. "Sera," he began, his voice heavy with concern, "I sincerely hope you've considered the full ramifications of your actions." He paused, removing his glasses and pinching the bridge of his nose. "Aligning yourself with a criminal figure like Antonio Russo, it's not just about your career anymore. We're talking about real danger, physical, legal, emotional. Sera felt her heart race, but she steeled herself, squaring her shoulders. She could feel the weight of Thomas's words, the gravity of her decision, pressing down on her. "I understand the risks, Thomas," she replied, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. "But I've seen a side of Antonio that goes beyond the criminal facade. There's goodness in him, a capacity for change." Thomas's eyebrows rose skeptically, but Sera pressed on, her conviction growing with each word. "I know it sounds naive, but I truly believe that love has the power to transform even the darkest of souls. Antonio isn't beyond redemption." As she spoke, Sera's mind flashed to stolen moments with Antonio, his gentle touch, the vulnerability in his eyes when he spoke of his past. She couldn't reconcile those memories with the ruthless mafia boss she'd initially set out to expose. "Love is a powerful force, Sera," Thomas conceded, his tone softening slightly. "But it can also blind us to harsh realities." Thomas leaned forward, his weathered hands clasped on the desk. The late afternoon sun filtering through the blinds cast shadows across his face, emphasizing the lines of concern etched there. "I can see your conviction, Sera," he said, his voice a mix of resignation and admiration. "And I respect your decision, even if I don't fully agree with it. But I need you to promise me something." Sera nodded, her throat tight with emotion. "Anything, Thomas." "Stay vigilant," he urged, his eyes piercing hers. "Don't let your feelings for Antonio cloud your judgment or compromise your principles. The world of journalism, and the truth we seek, it's bigger than any one person or relationship." Sera felt a surge of gratitude wash over her. Despite his reservations, Thomas was still looking out for her, still guiding her as he had done for years. "I promise," she said softly, her voice thick with emotion. "I won't lose sight of who I am or what I stand for." She took a deep breath, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her blouse. "Thomas, I can't thank you enough for everything you've done for me. Your guidance, your support throughout this investigation, it means more than I can express." Thomas's expression softened, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. "You're one of the finest journalists I've ever mentored, Sera. Your pursuit of truth, your dedication, it's inspiring. Don't ever lose that fire." Sera blinked back tears, overwhelmed by the mixture of pride and responsibility she felt. "I won't," she vowed, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions within. "I'll continue to pursue the truth, no matter where it leads me." "That's a promise." Thomas leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly. His eyes, usually sharp and scrutinizing, now held a warmth that made Sera's chest tighten with affection. "Sera," he said, his voice gentle yet firm, "I want you to know that I'll always be here for you, regardless of your choices. This path you're choosing, it's fraught with danger, but I understand why you feel you must walk it." Sera swallowed hard, her throat constricting with emotion. She watched as Thomas removed his glasses, polishing them absently with his tie, a habit she'd come to associate with his moments of deep contemplation. "Journalism," he continued, replacing his glasses, "is a noble profession. It's not just about breaking stories or chasing leads. It's about illuminating the darkness, giving voice to the voiceless. Remember that, Sera. Use your skills for good, no matter where this journey takes you." Sera nodded, her heart swelling with a mixture of gratitude and determination. "I will, Thomas. I promise." She rose from her chair, smoothing down her skirt with trembling hands. The weight of her decision pressed heavily upon her shoulders, but beneath it, a steely resolve was taking root. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "For everything." As she turned to leave, Sera's mind raced with thoughts of Antonio, of the perilous path ahead. She knew the risks, understood the potential consequences of aligning herself with a man like him. Yet, deep in her heart, a flicker of hope burned bright, hope for redemption, for love's transformative power. Her hand on the doorknob, Sera paused, taking a deep breath. She's making the right choice, isn't she? The question lingered, unanswered, as she stepped out of Thomas's office, her heels clicking against the polished floor, each step carrying her further into a dangerous future. Sera's apartment key rattled in the lock, her usually steady hand trembling slightly as she pushed open the door. The familiar scent of lavender and old books enveloped her, but it did little to calm the storm raging within her mind. She dropped her bag on the entryway table with a heavy thud, her gaze immediately drawn to the board on her living room wall. It was covered in photos, newspaper clippings, and sticky notes, all connected by a web of red string. At the center, a photo of Antonio Russo stared back at her, his piercing eyes seeming to bore into her very soul. "What have I done?" Sera whispered, her voice barely audible in the stillness of her apartment. She paced back and forth, her fingers running through her wavy brown hair. The weight of her decision pressed down on her, making each step feel like wading through molasses. "I'm throwing away everything I've worked for," she muttered, her hazel eyes flicking back to Antonio's photo. "My career, my integrity, all for a man who—" Sera's voice trailed off as she sank onto her couch, burying her face in her hands. The conflicting emotions swirled within her, love, fear, doubt, hope, each vying for dominance. After several long moments, she lifted her head, her gaze falling on her phone. With a deep breath, she reached for it, her fingers hovering over Antonio's number. "This is insane," she whispered, even as she pressed the call button. The phone rang once, twice, before Antonio's deep, measured voice answered. "Serafina." "Antonio," she replied, her voice steadier than she felt. I've made my decision." There was a pause on the other end, the silence heavy with anticipation. "And?" Antonio prompted, his tone carefully neutral. Sera closed her eyes, picturing his face, the chiseled jawline, the dark, calculating eyes that could soften so unexpectedly. "I'm with you," she said softly. "No matter what comes next, I'm by your side." She could almost hear the shift in Antonio's breathing, the subtle relaxation of tension. "You understand what this means, Sera? The dangers, the sacrifices?" "I do," she affirmed, her resolve strengthening with each word. "I believe in you, Antonio." "In us?" Antonio's voice, when he spoke again, carried a warmth that made Sera's heart flutter. "Your loyalty means more to me than you know, cara mia. I promise you, I will do everything in my power to keep you safe." As the call ended, Sera leaned back on her couch, her mind still a whirlwind of thoughts. But amidst the chaos, a sense of certainty had taken root. She had made her choice, for better or worse, and there was no turning back now. Sera's gaze drifted to the window, where the city lights twinkled like distant stars. She rose, her muscles taut with nervous energy, and began to pace. "What now?" she murmured to herself, running a hand through her wavy brown hair. Her hazel eyes fell on the leather messenger bag slumped by the door, the vessel that had carried her investigative notes, now relinquished to Thomas. A pang of regret mingled with her resolve. Sera crossed to her desk, fingers tracing the edge of her laptop. She opened it, the screen's glow illuminating her determined face. "If I'm going to stand by Antonio, I need to be prepared," she thought, her journalistic instincts kicking in. She began to type, creating a new document. "Potential Challenges," she titled it, then paused, her fingers hovering over the keys. "Physical Danger," she muttered, typing it out. "Legal Ramifications. Ethical Dilemmas." As the list grew, so did the knot in her stomach. But with each item, Sera felt a strange sense of empowerment. Knowledge was her armor, preparation her shield. A soft chime from her phone interrupted her thoughts. A text from Alice, "You okay? Haven't heard from you in days." Sera bit her lip, torn between confiding in her best friend and protecting her from the storm that was surely coming. "I'm fine," she typed back, guilt gnawing at her. "Just wrapped up in a big personal story. Catch up soon?" She set the phone down, her reflection in the dark screen catching her eye. "Who are you becoming, Sera Ward?" she whispered to herself, both thrilled and terrified by the answer. Chapter 12. Antonio's phone buzzed incessantly, each vibration sending tremors through the mahogany desk. His fingers tightened around the crystal tumbler, amber liquid sloshing dangerously close to the rim. The Daily Chronicle's website glared back at him from the laptop screen, the exposé's headline searing into his retinas like a branding iron. Damn it! He hurled the glass across the room, watching it shatter against the wall in a spray of whiskey and crystal shards. The sharp scent of alcohol permeated the air, mingling with the acrid taste of betrayal on his tongue. Luca burst through the door, his usually composed demeanor fractured by panic. "Boss, have you seen?" "I've seen it," Antonio cut him off, his voice low and dangerous. He rose from his chair, every muscle coiled with tension. "Get everyone here. Now." As Luca scrambled to obey, Antonio paced the length of his office, mind racing. How could this have happened? The article was unsigned, but he knew. He knew with bone-deep certainty that this was Sera's handiwork. The realization sent a fresh wave of anger coursing through him, tinged with an undercurrent of something dangerously close to admiration. Within minutes, the room filled with his top lieutenants, their faces a mixture of fear and barely concealed calculation. Antonio surveyed them, noting who met his gaze and who averted their eyes. "Trust no one," a voice whispered in his head. The same voice that had kept him alive all these years. "Gentlemen," he began, his tone deceptively calm. "It seems we have a problem." One of the younger captains, Marco, spoke up. "Boss, this is bad. Really bad. Half our operations are exposed. We're looking at serious heat from the feds, not to mention our rivals." Antonio's gaze snapped to Marco, who visibly flinched. "Thank you for that astute observation," he said, sarcasm dripping from every syllable. "Now, does anyone have something useful to contribute?" Silence fell over the room, heavy and oppressive. Antonio could practically hear the gears turning in their heads, each man weighing his options, considering where to place his loyalty in this shifting landscape. "We need to go to ground," Luca finally said. "Shut down the exposed operations, move our assets, disappear for a while." Antonio nodded slowly, considering. It was the smart play, but it grated against every fiber of his being. He hadn't clawed his way to the top by running and hiding. "And what about our associates?" another captain asked. "They'll be looking for reassurances, protection." "Let them look," Antonio growled. Anyone who jumped ship now wasn't truly loyal to begin with. As the discussion continued, Antonio found his thoughts drifting to Sera. He could picture her now, probably holed up in that dingy apartment of hers, basking in the glow of her triumph. The image sent a fresh surge of anger through him, but beneath it lurked a grudging respect. She'd outplayed him, something no one had managed in a very long time. "Boss?" Luca's voice cut through his reverie. "What do you want us to do?" Antonio turned to face the window, gazing out at the city sprawled below. His city. An empire he'd built with his own two hands, now teetering on the brink of collapse because of one determined woman with a laptop and a conscience. "We adapt," he said finally, turning back to face his men. "We evolve. This isn't the end, gentlemen. It's simply a new beginning." As he spoke, Antonio felt a familiar fire igniting within him. The same fire that had driven him all these years. He'd faced setbacks before, weathered storms that would have broken lesser men. This was just another obstacle to overcome. And as for Sera, well, that was a problem he'd deal with personally. Enzo Mancini leaned back in his leather chair, a predatory smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the chaos unfolding before him. The Daily Chronicle's exposé had sent shockwaves through the underworld, and he intended to ride that wave straight to the top. "Salvatore," he purred, his voice a silky blend of charm and menace, I hear Antonio's been giving you the cold shoulder lately. Such a shame, isn't it? On the other end of the line, Salvatore, one of Antonio's once loyal captains, hesitated. I don't know what you mean, Mr. Mancini. Enzo's blue eyes glittered with amusement. Come now, my friend. We both know Antonio's empire is crumbling. Why go down with a sinking ship when you could be sailing on a luxury yacht? He paused, letting the words sink in before continuing. Join me, Salvatore. I can offer you protection, resources, and a seat at the table. All I ask in return is your loyalty. As Salvatore stammered out a response, Enzo's mind was already racing ahead, plotting his next move. One by one, he'd peel away Antonio's supporters until the man stood alone, ripe for the taking. Meanwhile, across town, tension crackled in the air of Antonio's study. Isabella paced the room, her heels clicking a staccato rhythm on the hardwood floor. This is a disaster, Antonio, she hissed, her usual composure fraying at the edges. Half our allies are already considering jumping ship, and the other half are probably fielding calls from Enzo as we speak. Antonio stood motionless by the window, his jaw clenched tight. I'm aware of the situation, Isabella, he replied, his voice low and controlled despite the storm raging within him. Isabella stopped pacing, fixing her brother with a piercing gaze. Are you? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're letting everything we've built slip through your fingers. The accusation stung, and Antonio whirled to face her. What would you have me do? He demanded, a rare flash of vulnerability breaking through his stoic facade. Wave a magic wand and make it all disappear? I'd have you fight, Isabella shot back, her voice rising. I'd have you remind everyone why you're the one they chose to follow in the first place. Antonio opened his mouth to retort, but Isabella pressed on, her words laced with frustration and concern. And let's not forget how this all started. That Sera. Your obsession with her gave her the perfect opportunity to gather everything she needed. The mention of Sera's name sent a fresh wave of anger and something else, regret? Longing? Coursing through Antonio. He pushed the feelings aside, focusing instead on the problem at hand. You're right, he said finally, his voice softening. About all of it. But I promise you, Isabella, I'm not giving up. We'll weather this storm, just like we've weathered every other one. Isabella's expression softened slightly, and she moved to stand beside her brother. I hope you're right, Antonio, she murmured, gazing out at the city skyline. For both our sakes. As they stood there, side by side, Antonio's mind ran through the possible scenarios. He'd built this empire from nothing once before. If necessary, he'd do it again. And this time, he'd make damn sure it was unbreakable. The sun had barely risen as Luca Moretti stood on the rooftop of an abandoned warehouse. His eyes scanned the horizon, taking in the familiar skyline that now seemed foreign and hostile. The exposé had changed everything, and the vultures were circling. In the distance, he could see the sleek silhouette of the Cavalli Tower, stronghold of the Cavalli family. A black SUV pulled up to the entrance, and Luca's jaw clenched as he recognized the figure emerging from it. Damn it, Gino, he muttered under his breath. You too? Gino Ricci had been one of Antonio's most trusted allies. Now, it seemed, he was seeking new alliances. Luca's hand instinctively moved to his phone, thumb hovering over Antonio's number. Everything all right? A gruff voice called from behind him. Luca turned to see Carlo, one of his most trusted men, approaching with 2 steaming cups of coffee. He accepted one gratefully, the warmth seeping into his cold fingers. What do you mean, all right? Luca replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. We've got rats jumping ship left and right. Gino just showed up at Cavalli's doorstep. Carlo's eyebrows shot up. Gino? Shit. That's not good. Luca took a long sip of coffee, savoring the bitter taste that matched his mood. No, it's not. And it's only going to get worse. As if on cue, his phone buzzed. A message from one of his informants, meeting at the docks. All major players. Tonight. Luca's stomach churned. This was it. The moment when alliances would be forged and broken, when the future of the city's underworld would be decided. What are you thinking? Carlo asked, studying Luca's face intently. Luca's mind raced. He thought of Antonio, of the years of loyalty and trust between them. But he also thought of the empire crumbling around them, of the uncertain future that lay ahead. I'm thinking, Luca said slowly, that we're standing on the edge of a knife. And I'm not sure which way we're going to fall. He turned to face Carlo fully, his expression grave. Listen, I need you to do something for me. Something off the books. Carlo nodded, no hesitation in his eyes. Anything, boss. Luca winced internally at the title. Boss? Was that what he was now? Or was he still just Antonio's right hand, even as everything fell apart? I need you to reach out to some of our old contacts, Luca said, his voice low. The ones we've kept at arm's length. See where they stand in all this. If things go south with Antonio, we might need options. The words tasted like ash in his mouth, but Luca forced himself to continue. But keep it quiet. For now, we're still loyal to Antonio. Understood? Carlo's eyes widened slightly, but he nodded. Understood, boss. I'll take care of it. As Carlo walked away, Luca turned back to the city skyline. The sun had fully risen now, bathing the buildings in a golden light that belied the darkness lurking beneath. He thought of Antonio, of the empire they'd built together, of the brotherhood that had seemed unbreakable. But empires fall, even the Romans did, Luca reminded himself. And when they do, you need to be ready to build something new from the ashes. Sera paced the length of her small apartment, her fingers tangled in her wavy brown hair. The morning light streaming through the blinds cast zebra-like shadows across her face, accentuating the worry lines etched around her eyes. I can't believe they published it without my approval, she muttered, her voice trembling with a mixture of anger and disbelief. She snatched up her phone, thumb hovering over Thomas's number. With a deep breath, she hit call. The line rang twice before her mentor's familiar voice answered. Sera, I was expecting your call. Thomas, how could you? Sera's words tumbled out in a rush. I thought you would hold on to that, to verify the last pieces of. We didn't have that luxury, Thomas interrupted, his tone firm but not unkind. The story was too big, too important. We had to move before someone else got wind of it. Sera sank onto her couch, her free hand massaging her temple. But the consequences, Thomas. Do you have any idea what this will unleash? There was a pause on the other end of the line. When Thomas spoke again, his voice was softer. I do, Sera. And I know it's weighing on you. But remember why we do this work. The truth matters, even when it's painful. Sera closed her eyes, conflicting emotions warring within her. I know. It's just. I can't help thinking about the people who might get caught in the crossfire. The innocent ones. That's what makes you a great journalist, Sera. You care. But we can't let that paralyze us. As Thomas's words sank in, Sera's gaze drifted to her desk, where stacks of notes and documents testified to months of painstaking investigation. She thought of Antonio, of the complex man behind the criminal empire she'd exposed. The memory of his touch, his rare moments of vulnerability, threatened to overwhelm her resolve. You did the right thing, Thomas continued, pulling her from her reverie. It wasn't easy, but it was necessary. And I'm here for you, whatever comes next. As she ended the call, Sera stood and walked to her window. The city stretched out before her, carrying on as if nothing had changed. But she knew better. The storm was coming, and she had been the one to unleash it. Antonio Russo stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows of his penthouse, his reflection a ghostly overlay on the glittering cityscape beyond. His hands, usually steady, trembled slightly as he brought a crystal tumbler of scotch to his lips. The amber liquid burned a path down his throat, but it did nothing to quell the maelstrom of emotions raging within him. Behind him, Luca cleared his throat. "Boss, we've got updates on." "I don't want updates," Antonio snarled, whirling to face his right-hand man. "I want solutions." Luca's face remained impassive, but Antonio caught the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. It was a look he'd seen too often lately, from too many people he'd once trusted implicitly. "We're working on it," Luca said carefully. "But the fallout from the report, it's extensive. We're hemorrhaging allies by the hour." Antonio's jaw clenched. He could feel it all slipping away, the power, the respect, the empire he'd built through years of calculated moves and iron will. And for what? A moment of weakness, a misplaced trust in a woman who'd played him like a fiddle. "Sera," he muttered, the name tasting like sand on his tongue. "Sir?" Antonio waved a dismissive hand. "Nothing." "What's our next move?" Luca hesitated. "Some of the capos are suggesting we lie low for a while. Weather the storm." "Lie low?" Antonio's laugh was sharp and humorless. "While Enzo Mancini picks apart everything I built? I don't think so." He strode across the room, every movement radiating barely contained fury. His mind raced, considering and discarding strategies at lightning speed. He'd faced setbacks before, but never on this scale. The odds were overwhelming, but the thought of conceding defeat to Enzo made his blood boil. "We fight," Antonio declared, his voice low and dangerous. "We remind everyone why they feared us in the first place. Call in every favor, every debt. I want a full accounting of who's still with us and who's jumped ship." Luca nodded, a glimmer of the old loyalty shining through. "And Enzo?" Antonio's lips curled into a predatory smile. "Enzo thinks he's won. Let him. The higher he climbs, the farther he'll fall when I cut him down." As Luca left to carry out his orders, Antonio turned back to the window. His reflection stared back at him, eyes burning with determination. He'd claw his way back to the top if he had to, no matter the cost. "This isn't over," he whispered to the night. "Not by a long shot." Antonio's phone buzzed incessantly, a cacophony of alerts signaling the chaos unfolding across the city. He swiped through the messages, his jaw clenching tighter with each report. "The Moretti family's moving on our territory in the north," he muttered, more to himself than to Luca. "And the Calabrese brothers are making noise about our shipping routes." Luca leaned forward, his face etched with concern. "It's not just the big players, boss. Every two-bit hustler with delusions of grandeur is trying to carve out a piece for themselves." Antonio's piercing gaze fixed on his right-hand man. "And what of our associates in law enforcement?" "Scattered," Luca admitted. "Some are staying quiet, others are jumping ship faster than rats on a sinking." He cut himself off, realizing the unfortunate metaphor. A muscle twitched in Antonio's jaw. "We're not sinking. We're regrouping." The sound of distant gunfire punctuated his words, a stark reminder of the violence erupting across the city. Antonio moved to the window, his reflection ghostly against the night sky. The city that had once bowed to his will now burned with rival ambitions. "It's like watching vultures circle," he mused, his voice barely above a whisper. "Each one thinking they can feast on what's left of my empire." Luca cleared his throat. "There's one more thing, boss. Something that might complicate matters further." Antonio turned, eyebrow raised. "What now?" "We've received word that Luca's words were cut short by the deafening sound of an explosion." The building shook, plaster raining down from the ceiling. Antonio stumbled, catching himself on the desk. His eyes met Luca's, both men's faces etched with shocked realization. They wouldn't dare, Antonio breathed, disbelief warring with fury in his voice. As if in answer, another explosion rocked the building, closer this time. The lights flickered ominously. "Boss, we need to move," Luca urged, already reaching for his weapon. Antonio stood frozen for a moment, his mind racing. This was more than just opportunistic rivals, this was a coordinated attack. But who had the resources, the audacity, to strike at the heart of his operations center? The answer hit him like a physical blow, even as the third explosion shattered the windows, showering the room with glass. "Enzo," he snarled, the name a curse on his lips. "This ends now." Chapter 13. Antonio's fingers trembled as he spread the documents across his desk, the glossy sheen of photographs catching the faint lights of his study. His eyes darted from image to image, each one a damning piece of evidence against Enzo Mancini. "This can't be," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. The weight of realization settled on his broad shoulders like a lead cloak. One of his most trusted lieutenants, Marco, stood silently by the door, his face a mask of grim determination. "It's all there, boss. Enzo's been playing us for fools." Antonio's jaw clenched, the muscle twitching beneath his tanned skin. He lifted a photo, studying the grainy image of Enzo shaking hands with the police commissioner. The implications made his blood run cold. "He's infiltrated law enforcement," Antonio growled, his carefully controlled tone belying the storm of emotions roiling within him. "And these ledgers, he's been funneling money to the Genovese family for months." Marco nodded solemnly. "It gets worse. He's been meeting with the heads of every major family in the tri-state area. Looks like he's building an alliance against us." Antonio's mind raced, calculating the potential fallout. Enzo's ambition had always been evident, but this was beyond anything he'd imagined. The threat to his empire, to everything he'd built, loomed large and imminent. "We need more information," he said, his voice low and intense. "We need to know every move he's planning, every ally he's courting." A face flashed in his mind, Sera Ward. The woman who'd been the thorn in his side, yet whose investigative skills he couldn't help but admire. Her tenacity, her network of sources, her ability to uncover the deepest secrets. Antonio's lips curved into a slight smile, a plan already forming. "Get me Sera," he ordered Marco. "It's time we turned her skills into a valuable asset." As Marco hurried to comply, Antonio turned to gaze out the window, his reflection ghostly in the glass. The city sprawled before him, twinkling with a million lights, each one representing a piece of the empire he'd fought so hard to build. "I won't let you take this from me, Enzo," he thought, his resolve hardening. "Not without one hell of a fight." Antonio's fingers hovered over his phone, a momentary hesitation gripping him before he dialed Sera's number. The line rang once, twice, before her crisp voice answered. "Sera Ward speaking." "Sera, this is Antonio," he said, his tone measured but urgent. "I need to meet with you. Immediately." There was a pause on the other end, and Antonio could almost hear the gears turning in Sera's mind. "Antonio," she replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. "This is unexpected." Antonio paced his office, tension coiling in his muscles. "I'm aware of your role in the Daily Chronicle's recent report," he said, cutting to the chase. "But right now, that's not important. I have information you need to see. It's crucial." Sera's voice sharpened with interest. "What kind of information?" "The kind that could change everything," Antonio replied cryptically. He glanced at Isabella, who was watching him intently from across the room. "I need you to meet me and my sister at a secure location. Can you do that?" There was another pause, longer this time. Antonio could sense Sera's internal struggle, her journalistic instincts warring with her inner feelings. Finally, she spoke. "Antonio, I need to explain about the report. It wasn't meant to dash. Not now, Antonio interrupted, his voice firm but not unkind. We can discuss that later. This is more important. Sera took a deep breath, audible even through the phone. All right, she said. Where and when? As Antonio gave her the details, he couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and apprehension. Sera was their best chance at unraveling Enzo's web, but bringing her into this world, it was a risk. A necessary one. The atmosphere in the room felt oppressive, the air thick with tension and the acrid scent of cigarette smoke. Antonio's eyes swept over the evidence spread across the mahogany table, grainy photographs, crumpled documents, and a sprawling map of the city marked with cryptic symbols. Sera stood opposite him, her brow furrowed as she pored over a stack of financial records. This can't be right, she muttered, more to herself than anyone else. The numbers don't add up. Unless... Antonio leaned forward, his voice low and intense. Unless Enzo's laundering money through multiple shell companies. He tapped a photograph, his finger landing on a nondescript warehouse. We believe this is one of his main distribution centers. Isabella, who had been silently observing from the corner, stepped forward. It's clever, she admitted grudgingly. He's built a network that's nearly impossible to trace. Sera's eyes narrowed. Nearly impossible, but not entirely. She grabbed a marker, circling several locations on the map. Look here, and here. These businesses all have the same registered agent. It's a pattern. Antonio felt a renewed admiration for Sera's sharp mind, quickly followed by a pang of something deeper he couldn't quite name. He pushed the feeling aside, focusing on the task at hand. Good catch, he said, his tone measured. But how do we use this information to our advantage? Isabella's voice cut through the room, sharp and decisive. We need to strike now, before Enzo realizes we're onto him. A coordinated attack on multiple fronts. Sera's head snapped up, alarm clear in her eyes. Attack? You can't be serious. That would lead to all-out war. Antonio's jaw clenched, the muscles in his neck tightening. He could feel the weight of leadership pressing down on him, the lives of his people hanging in the balance. And what would you suggest, Sera? We sit back and watch as Enzo dismantles everything we've built. The tension in the room ratcheted up another notch, the air practically crackling with conflicting opinions and barely contained emotions. Antonio's mind raced, weighing options, calculating risks. He knew he needed to take control of the situation before it spiraled. Taking a deep breath, he straightened to his full height, his voice dropping to a low, commanding tone that brooked no argument. Enough. We can't afford to be divided right now. Enzo is counting on that. He locked eyes with Isabella, then Sera. We're in this together, whether we like it or not. Our strength lies in our unity. Isabella nodded, her dark eyes glinting with determination. She leaned forward, her manicured fingernails tapping rhythmically on the table's surface. Antonio's right. We need a strategy that plays to our strengths, while exploiting Enzo's weaknesses. She swept her hand over the array of documents and photos spread before them. I propose a multi-pronged approach. We target Enzo's key allies and sources of power simultaneously. Sera watched Isabella intently, impressed by the woman's strategic mind despite her reservations about their methods. She couldn't help but admire the elegant confidence with which Isabella carried herself, even in this tense situation. Isabella continued, her voice low and intense. We start by identifying his most vulnerable associates. Those who might be swayed by the right incentives. Then, we systematically dismantle his support network, piece by piece. Antonio's eyes narrowed, considering his sister's words. Go on, he urged. We'll need to deploy our resources carefully, Isabella explained. Financial pressure on some, blackmail on others. And for those who won't be persuaded. She trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Sera felt a chill run down her spine. She knew what Isabella was suggesting, and it made her stomach churn. But she also recognized the cold logic behind the plan. Swallowing hard, she forced herself to focus on the task at hand. "If I may," Sera interjected. "I might be able to help identify some of those vulnerabilities." Antonio turned his piercing gaze to Sera, a flicker of interest in his dark eyes. "Proceed," he commanded, his voice a low rumble that sent an involuntary shiver through her. Sera took a deep breath, steeling herself. "From my investigations, I've seen several potential weak points in Enzo's organization. There's a city councilman he's been bribing, a judge with a gambling problem, and a police captain with a penchant for young escorts." Antonio's lips curved into a predatory smile. "Excellent. These are precisely the kind of pressure points we need." He strode to a large map pinned to the wall, his movements graceful, despite his imposing frame. "Now, we must assign tasks based on our strengths." Sera watched him, transfixed by the raw power he exuded. She couldn't help but feel both attracted and terrified by his presence. "Isabella," Antonio continued, "you'll handle the financial aspects. Target Enzo's businesses, find ways to disrupt his cash flow." Isabella nodded sharply, her mind already whirring with possibilities. "Sera," he turned to her, his intense gaze making her breath catch. "Your investigative skills are crucial. I need you to dig deeper, find more dirt on Enzo's allies. The more leverage we have, the better." "And you?" Sera found herself asking, curiosity overcoming her trepidation. Antonio's eyes glittered dangerously. "I'll be reaching out to our contacts in the underworld. There are those who would gladly see Enzo fall, if given the right motivation." The implication hung heavy in the air, and Sera felt a mix of fear and excitement coursing through her veins. What had she gotten herself into? As the meeting drew to a close, a palpable tension filled the room. Antonio's piercing gaze swept over Isabella and Sera, his jaw set with grim determination. "We're in this together now," he said, his voice low and intense. "There's no turning back." Isabella stepped forward, her elegant posture belying the fierce loyalty in her eyes. "Sera," she began, her tone softer than before, "I know we've had our differences, but I want you to know that we appreciate your commitment to this cause." She extended her hand, a gesture of reconciliation. Sera hesitated for a moment, her instincts warring with her growing sense of allegiance. Finally, she grasped Isabella's hand, feeling the warmth of acceptance. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. "I know I've made mistakes, but I'm here now, fully committed." Antonio nodded approvingly, his dark eyes softening slightly. "We all have our parts to play," he said, placing a hand on Sera's shoulder. The touch sent a jolt through her body. "Your skills are invaluable, Sera. We couldn't do this without you." "When do we meet again?" Sera asked, trying to ignore the quickening of her pulse. 3 days from now," Antonio replied, his voice brooking no argument. "Same time, same place. We'll finalize everything then." As they prepared to leave, Isabella caught Sera's eye. "Be careful out there," she warned, genuine concern evident in her tone. "Enzo has eyes everywhere." Sera nodded, the gravity of the situation settling heavily on her shoulders. She slipped out of the room, her mind reeling from the night's events. Outside, the cool night air hit her face, but did little to calm her racing thoughts. Sera walked briskly down the dimly lit street, constantly glancing over her shoulder. The weight of her decision pressed down on her with each step. "What have I gotten myself into?" she thought, her heart pounding. "If Enzo discovers our plan, we're all dead." Yet beneath the fear, a thrill of excitement coursed through her veins. This was the biggest story of her career, if she lived to tell it. As she rounded a corner, the gravity of her choices hit her full force. Her involvement could endanger not just herself, but her family, her colleagues, everyone she cared about. Yet the pull of justice, the allure of bringing down a criminal empire, and the undeniable attraction she felt towards Antonio all conspired to keep her on this dangerous path. Sera hailed a taxi, her mind still buzzing. As she slid into the back seat, she couldn't shake the feeling that her life would never be the same again. Chapter 14. Sera stepped into the lounge, the scent of expensive cigars and whiskey assaulting her senses. Enzo Mancini sat at the far end, his eyes scanning the room like a predator. "Ah, Alessandra," Enzo called, using her alias. "Come, join us." Sera glided across the room, her stilettos clicking on the marble floor. She'd spent weeks cultivating this persona, Alessandra Conti, a ruthless fixer with connections across Europe. Now was her moment to solidify her place in Enzo's inner circle. "Gentlemen," she purred, sliding into an empty chair. "I trust business is good?" Enzo's lip curled into a smirk. "Better now that you're here. Your work in Milan was impressive." Sera allowed herself a small smile, though her stomach churned. The work in Milan had been a carefully orchestrated ruse, designed to catch Enzo's attention. How many lives had been destroyed in the process? "I aim to please," she replied, accepting a glass of amber liquid from a passing waiter. "Now, about that shipment from Odessa." As Enzo began outlining the details of an upcoming operation, Sera's mind raced, cataloging every scrap of information. Names, dates, locations, each piece a potential key to unraveling Enzo's empire. Across town, Antonio Russo leaned back in his leather chair, a burner phone pressed to his ear. "You're certain about this?" he asked, his voice low and measured. "Yes, boss," came the reply. "Enzo's security detail has been compromised. We've identified at least 3 moles within his organization." Antonio's eyes narrowed. This was the break he'd been waiting for. "Good work. Keep digging. I want to know every weak link in Enzo's chain." As he hung up, Antonio's gaze drifted to the framed photo on his desk, a reminder of what he stood to lose if Enzo gained the upper hand. He couldn't afford to make a single mistake. Back in the lounge, Sera felt Enzo's gaze lingering on her. She met his eyes, unflinching, even as her pulse quickened. "You know, Alessandra," Enzo mused, swirling his drink, "loyalty is everything in our world. How can I be sure of yours?" Sera leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Because, Mr. Mancini, I recognize true power when I see it. And I always choose the winning side." Enzo's laughter filled the room, rich and dangerous. "Well said, my dear. I think you and I are going to get along just fine." As Sera raised her glass in a toast, she allowed herself a moment of grim satisfaction. She was in. Now came the hard part, staying alive long enough to bring Enzo down. Sera's fingers flew across the keyboard, her eyes darting between the encrypted messages and the decryption algorithm she'd developed. The blue light of the computer screen sent an eerie glow on her face, accentuating the dark circles under her eyes. She'd been at this for hours, but she was close. She could feel it. Suddenly, the jumbled characters on the screen began to coalesce into readable text. Sera's heart raced as she scanned the decrypted messages. "Holy shit," she whispered, her voice barely audible in the empty room. The messages detailed an upcoming arms deal, one that would put enough firepower in Enzo's hands to make him untouchable. Sera's mind raced with the implications. This was bigger than she'd imagined. As she read further, a cold dread settled in her stomach. The deal was happening soon, too soon. She needed to act fast. Sera reached for her burner phone, hesitating for a moment before dialing Antonio's number. As much as she hated involving him, she knew she couldn't handle this alone. Antonio's deep voice answered on the second ring. "This better be important." Sera swallowed hard. "It is. I've uncovered Enzo's next move. A major arms deal, happening in 3 days. If it goes through, He'll be untouchable, Antonio finished, his tone grim. Where? The old shipyard on the outskirts of town. Midnight. There was a long pause on the other end. When Antonio spoke again, his voice was low and intense. You've done well, Sera. I'll take it from here. As the line went dead, Sera couldn't shake the feeling that she'd just set something massive in motion. She only hoped she was on the right side of it. Across town, Antonio's mind was already racing with plans. He paced his study, phone in hand, barking orders to his most trusted lieutenants. I want eyes on that shipyard round the clock. Every entrance, every exit. And find me someone on the inside of Enzo's operation who can be persuaded to help us. As he hung up, Antonio's gaze fell on the chessboard in the corner of the room. He walked over, picking up the Black King and turning it in his fingers. Your move, Enzo, he murmured. But this time, I'll be ready. Sera's fingers flew across her laptop keyboard, her eyes darting between multiple screens as she cross-referenced financial records with shipping manifests. Beside her, Luca leaned in, his brow furrowed in concentration. There, Sera whispered, pointing to a series of transactions. These shell companies all trace back to Enzo. And look at the dates, they align perfectly with the smuggling routes we uncovered. Luca nodded, a grudging respect in his eyes. Impressive. But how do we prove the connection to the corrupt officials? Sera bit her lip, thinking. We need to dig deeper into the offshore accounts. If we can link those to the bribes. As they worked, Sera couldn't help but notice the subtle shift in Luca's demeanor. His initial wariness had given way to a cautious collaboration, and she found herself wondering about the man behind the tough exterior. Why did you join Antonio's organization? She asked softly, not looking up from her screen. Luca stiffened, then sighed. Loyalty. Protection. It's complicated. Sera nodded, understanding more than she let on. Aren't we all? Meanwhile, across the city, Antonio stood before the imposing gates of a rival family's compound. His heart raced, but his face remained an impassive mask as he was escorted inside. The room fell silent as he entered, all eyes on him. At the head of the table sat Marco Vitali, Enzo's most powerful ally. Antonio Russo, Marco drawled. To what do we owe this pleasure? Antonio's lips curved into a predatory smile. I come with a proposition, Marco. One that could change the balance of power in this city forever. As he spoke, Antonio's mind raced, calculating every word, every gesture. He knew the stakes couldn't be higher. One misstep, and everything he'd built could come crashing down. But if he succeeded, Enzo's empire would crumble, and Antonio would reign supreme. Sera's heart pounded as she slipped through the narrow alleyway, her footsteps barely audible on the damp cobblestones. The dilapidated building loomed before her, its boarded-up windows and crumbling facade a perfect disguise for what lay within. She'd followed the trail of whispers and coded messages, and now, she was certain, this was Enzo's hidden safe house. With deft fingers, Sera picked the lock, her breath catching as the door creaked open. The musty air inside assaulted her senses, but it was the sight that made her gasp. My God, she whispered, eyes widening as she surveyed the room. Rows of assault rifles lined one wall, their metal gleaming dully in the dim light. Stacks of cash and bricks of cocaine occupied another corner. But it was the filing cabinet that drew her attention. Sera's journalist instincts kicked into overdrive as she approached it, camera in hand. As she photographed document after damning document, Sera's mind raced. This is it, she thought, her pulse quickening. This could bring down Enzo's entire operation. Suddenly, a noise outside made her freeze. Footsteps. Approaching. Sera's heart leapt into her throat as she quickly replaced the files and ducked behind a stack of crates. As the door handle turned, she held her breath, praying her discovery wouldn't be her last. Across town, In the opulent study of the Russo mansion, Antonio paced before the fireplace, his brow furrowed in concentration. Isabella perched on the edge of a leather armchair, her eyes tracking her brother's movements. Enzo's always had a weakness for beautiful women, Antonio mused, his voice low and thoughtful. And his right-hand man, Carlo, has been embezzling funds for years. Isabella nodded, a sly smile playing on her lips. We could use that. Set up a honey trap for Enzo, while simultaneously threatening to expose Carlo's theft. Antonio paused, turning to face his sister. It's risky. If either of them catches on. They won't, Isabella assured him, her voice steely with determination. I'll handle Enzo myself. As for Carlo, I have some compromising photos that should do the trick. Antonio's eyes narrowed. How did you obtain those? Isabella's smile turned enigmatic. A lady never reveals her secrets, brother dear. Let's just say I have my ways. As they continued to plot, weaving an intricate web of blackmail and manipulation, Antonio couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for his sister's cunning. Together, they would bring Enzo's empire crashing down, piece by carefully orchestrated piece. The dim warehouse echoed with hushed voices as Sera, Antonio, Isabella, and Luca huddled around a makeshift table, blueprints and surveillance photos spread before them. Sera's heart raced, the gravity of their plan settling heavily on her shoulders. Antonio's voice cut through the tension, low and authoritative. Enzo's shipment arrives at midnight. We hit hard and fast, crippling his supply chain. Sera leaned in, her hazel eyes scanning the documents. I've identified their weak points. The northwest entrance is barely guarded. Luca nodded, his muscular frame taut with anticipation. My team can breach there, create a diversion while we go for the main storage area. Isabella's elegant fingers traced a path on the blueprint. And I'll ensure our inside man disables the alarm system. Sera couldn't help but admire their efficiency, even as a shiver of apprehension ran down her spine. This was it, the moment that could change everything. Antonio's piercing gaze met each of theirs in turn. Remember, we're not just taking down a shipment. We're sending a message. Enzo's reign ends tonight. As they dispersed to prepare, Sera found herself alone with Antonio. His presence, both alluring and dangerous, made her pulse quicken. You've come a long way from chasing stories, Miss Ward, he murmured, his dark eyes searching hers. Sera lifted her chin, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. Sometimes the story chases you, Mr. Russo. A ghost of a smile played on his lips. Indeed. Just remember, in our world, the pen isn't always mightier than the sword. With that cryptic warning, he strode away, leaving Sera to ponder the fine line she walked between justice and vengeance. Sera crouched in the dimly lit tunnel, her fingers tracing the damp stone walls. The musty scent of underground passages filled her nostrils, but she forced herself to focus. This was Enzo's last hope for escape, and she was determined to cut it off. Antonio, she whispered into her earpiece, I've found it. The tunnel splits here, but the right fork shows recent use. Footprints in the dust. Antonio's deep voice crackled through the device. Excellent work, Sera. We're closing in from the main entrance. Keep your guard up. Sera's heart pounded as she inched forward, her investigative instincts on high alert. She could hear distant echoes of gunfire and shouting from above. The final assault on Enzo's stronghold was in full swing. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted across the tunnel ahead. Sera pressed herself against the wall, holding her breath. Enzo's panicked voice drifted back to her. Hurry, you fools. They're right behind us. Sera tapped her earpiece. Antonio, they're here. Moving fast. Copy that, Antonio replied, his tone tense but controlled. Isabella, Luca, converge on Sera's position. We'll cut them off. As Sera crept forward, she couldn't help but reflect on how far she'd come. From an outsider investigating the mafia to a key player in its power struggle. The weight of her choices pressed down on her, but there was no time for doubt now. The tunnel opened into a wider chamber, and Sera caught sight of Enzo and his men fumbling with a rusted door. She stepped into view, her voice steady despite her racing pulse. "It's over, Enzo. There's nowhere left to run." Enzo whirled around, his eyes wild with desperation. "You," he snarled, reaching for his weapon. Before he could aim, Antonio's commanding voice echoed through the chamber. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, old friend." Sera glanced over her shoulder to see Antonio, Isabella, and Luca entering the chamber, their faces grim with determination. The air crackled with tension as Enzo's men looked to their boss, uncertainty etched on their faces. Antonio stepped forward, his dark eyes locked on Enzo. "It's time to face the music. Your empire is crumbling as we speak." Enzo's shoulders sagged, the fight draining out of him. As Luca moved to secure the fallen kingpin, Sera felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was done. Hours later, as the first rays of dawn broke over the city skyline, Sera found herself on the balcony of Antonio's penthouse. The cool morning air carried the scent of jasmine from the nearby gardens, a stark contrast to the acrid smell of gunpowder that had filled her nostrils earlier. She heard footsteps behind her and turned to see Antonio approaching, 2 glasses of amber liquid in his hands. He offered one to her with a slight smile. "To victory," he said, his voice low and rich. Sera clinked her glass against his. "To justice," she countered, earning a raised eyebrow from Antonio. As they sipped their drinks, Sera was caught with conflicting emotions. "We did it," she murmured, almost to herself. "But at what cost?" Antonio leaned against the railing, his profile etched against the brightening sky. "The cost of change is never small, Sera. But sometimes it's necessary." Sera nodded, feeling the weight of his words. She thought of the lives affected, the secrets uncovered, the alliances forged and broken. "What happens now?" she asked, meeting Antonio's intense gaze. He took a moment before responding, his eyes scanning the awakening city below. "Now," he said, "we rebuild. But carefully. The power vacuum we've created won't stay empty for long." Isabella's voice cut through their contemplation as she joined them on the balcony. "The vultures are already circling," she said, her tone wry. "We'll need to move quickly to secure our position." Luca appeared behind her, his usual stoic expression softened by exhaustion. "We've come this far," he said. "We'll face whatever comes next together." As the group fell into a companionable silence, Sera felt a mix of pride and apprehension. They had achieved the seemingly impossible, but the road ahead was far from clear. The criminal underworld was in chaos, and maintaining control would require all their combined skills and resources. Sera's gaze drifted to Antonio, noting the subtle tension in his jaw. She knew he was already planning their next moves, the gears of his strategic mind never ceasing. Despite the challenges that lay ahead, she felt a surge of determination. "Whatever comes," she said softly, "we'll be ready." The others nodded in agreement, their faces a mixture of resolve and cautious optimism. As the sun climbed higher, bathing the city in golden light, Sera couldn't help but feel that this was not an end. Chapter 15. Antonio's gaze lingered on the empty doorway for a moment before he refocused on the task at hand. The tension in the room was palpable as he and Sera faced the stoic faces of their key lieutenants. The ornate conference room, with its dark mahogany table and leather chairs, felt suffocating. "Gentlemen," Antonio began, his voice steady and controlled, "the changes we're trying to make are not just necessary, they're vital for our survival." A burly man with a scarred face leaned forward, his brow furrowed. "With all due respect, boss, we've operated the same way for decades. Why fix what ain't broke?" Antonio felt Sera stiffen beside him, her hazel eyes flashing with barely contained frustration. He placed a calming hand on her arm, his touch light but meaningful. Because, Vito, Antonio replied, his tone measured, what worked in the past won't sustain us in the future. We need to adapt or we'll be crushed by future rivals. As he spoke, Antonio's mind raced, analyzing each face around the table, reading the subtle shifts in body language. He could sense the resistance, the fear of change simmering beneath the surface. Sera leaned in, her voice low but intense. We've gathered substantial evidence of law enforcement closing in on our traditional operations. If we don't pivot now, we'll be decimated within a year. Antonio watched as uncertainty flickered across the faces of even his most loyal men. He felt a mix of pride and anxiety swirling in his chest. Pride in Sera's sharp mind and persuasive arguments, anxiety at the monumental task ahead of them. Show them the projections, he murmured to Sera, his fingers brushing against hers as she reached for her tablet. As Sera began presenting their meticulously gathered data, Antonio's mind drifted momentarily to Luca's troubled expression earlier. He made a mental note to speak with his friend privately, hoping to ease whatever burden was weighing on him. But for now, he needed every ounce of his legendary focus. As he scanned the room, noting the shifting alliances and potential threats, Antonio felt the familiar rush of adrenaline. This, he realized, was the true test of his leadership. And failure was not an option. Isabella's eyes narrowed as she studied the faces around the table. The tension in the room was palpable, a heavy silence settling over the assembled mafia lieutenants as they digested Sera and Antonio's proposal. Gentlemen, Isabella began, her voice smooth as silk, but with an underlying steel that commanded attention. I understand your reservations. Change is never easy, especially in our world. But consider this, adaptation is the key to survival. She leaned forward, her dark eyes intense. We've always prided ourselves on being 2 steps ahead. This is our chance to redefine the game entirely. A gruff voice cut through the air. With all due respect, Isabella, what does a woman know about running our operations? Isabella didn't flinch. Instead, a small, dangerous smile played at the corners of her mouth. I know enough to recognize when the tides are turning, Carmine. Tell me, how many of your men have you lost to rival families or law enforcement in the past year alone? Carmine's face flushed red, but before he could retort, Isabella continued, her tone measured but resolute. Our proposal isn't just about survival. It's about thriving in a changing landscape. I've personally overseen the financial projections. Within 2 years, we could double our current profits while halving our risks. As the room erupted into hushed whispers, Isabella caught Antonio's approving nod. She allowed herself a moment of satisfaction, knowing she had successfully planted the seeds of change. Meanwhile, in a corner of the compound, Luca paced restlessly. His mind was a battlefield of conflicting loyalties and desires. I don't know, Marco, he confided in his oldest friend. Antonio's like a brother to me. The thought of walking away, it feels like betrayal. Marco leaned against the wall, his eyes understanding but firm. And staying in this life when your heart's not in it anymore? Isn't that a betrayal of yourself? Luca ran a hand through his short, dark hair, frustration evident in every line of his body. It's not that simple. This life, it's all I've ever known. And with all these changes Antonio and Sera are implementing, maybe things will be different. Different enough? Marco questioned softly. Luca's shoulders sagged as he stared out the window, his reflection a ghostly image superimposed over the twinkling city lights. I don't know, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. I just don't know. Antonio leaned back in his leather chair, his piercing eyes fixed on the holographic display hovering above his polished mahogany desk. Sera stood beside him, her slender fingers tracing patterns in the air as she manipulated the data. Look at this, Antonio, Sera said, her voice tinged with excitement. The new transparency protocols have already reduced internal theft by 37% in just 3 months. Antonio's lips curved into a rare smile, pride gleaming in his dark eyes. And the community outreach program? Sera swiped the air, bringing up a new set of charts. Donations to local charities are up 200%. We're seeing a marked decrease in street crime in areas where we've implemented the Youth Mentorship Initiative. Antonio stood, his imposing figure casting a long shadow across the room. He placed a hand on Sera's shoulder, his touch gentle despite his formidable presence. We're making real change, Sera. It's not easy, but it's worth it. Sera turned to face him, her hazel eyes meeting his. It's more than worth it, Antonio. We're redefining what the family can be. As they shared a moment of quiet triumph, a sharp knock at the door broke the spell. Isabella strode in, her heels clicking purposefully on the hardwood floor. Antonio, Sera, she greeted them, her voice crisp. The meeting with the Calabrian contingent is about to start. They're resistant to our new direction. Antonio's jaw tightened. As expected. Let's show them the numbers. Facts speak louder than tradition. Isabella nodded, a determined glint in her eye. I've prepared a comprehensive presentation. They won't be able to argue with the results. As they made their way to the conference room, Sera couldn't help but notice the newfound confidence in Isabella's stride. The younger Russo sibling had truly come into her own. The conference room fell silent as they entered. Antonio took his place at the head of the table, with Sera and Isabella flanking him. The Calabrian representatives, a group of stern-faced men in expensive suits, eyed them warily. Isabella stepped forward, her voice clear and authoritative. Gentlemen, I understand you have concerns about our new policies. Allow me to demonstrate why this is not just the right path, but the only path forward for our organization. As Isabella launched into her presentation, Sera watched the room carefully. She could see the doubt in some eyes slowly giving way to intrigue, then reluctant admiration. Isabella's command of the facts was impeccable, her arguments persuasive and backed by hard data. Yet, one man, Vittorio, a grizzled veteran of the old ways, remained unconvinced. His interruption was brusque, bordering on disrespectful. Pretty numbers, girl. But you lack the experience to truly understand our world. The room tensed, all eyes turning to Isabella. Sera felt a flicker of concern, but it vanished as she saw the steel in Isabella's gaze. Experience, Signor Vittorio? Isabella's voice was calm, but carried an edge sharper than any blade. I was born into this world. I've studied every aspect of our operations since I could read. And unlike some, I'm not blinded by nostalgia for a dying era. She leaned forward, her presence suddenly filling the room. The world is changing. We can either adapt and thrive, or cling to the past and perish. The choice is yours, but make no mistake, this is the future of our family. You're either with us, or you're in our way. The silence that followed was deafening. Sera glanced at Antonio, seeing a mix of pride and astonishment on his face. His sister had just outmaneuvered a room full of hardened mafiosi without breaking a sweat. As the meeting adjourned, Sera couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. With Antonio's vision, her investigative skills, and Isabella's growing influence, they were truly reshaping the underworld. It wouldn't be easy, but they were making progress, one step at a time. Luca stood alone on the balcony, his dark eyes fixed on the city sprawled before him. The night air carried a chill, but he barely noticed, lost in the turmoil of his thoughts. He gripped the railing, knuckles white, as if it could anchor him to the decision he was struggling to make. You look like you're carrying the weight of the world, old friend, Antonio's voice broke through his reverie. Luca turned, his face a mask of conflict. Maybe I am, he replied, his usually blunt tone softened by uncertainty. Antonio joined him at the railing, their shoulders nearly touching. Talk to me, Luca. What's going on in that head of yours? Luca exhaled heavily, the sound filled with years of unspoken burdens. I've been thinking about leaving. Getting out of this life. The words hung between them, heavy with implication. Antonio's eyebrows raised, but he remained silent, waiting for Luca to continue. Don't get me wrong, Luca added hastily, his loyalty evident even in his moment of doubt. I believe in what we're doing. The changes you and Sera are making, they're good. But I can't shake this feeling that maybe it's time for me to find a different path. Antonio nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. I understand, Luca. More than you might think. But tell me, what would you do? Where would you go? Luca's gaze drifted back to the city lights. I don't know, he admitted, vulnerability seeping into his voice. That's what scares me. This life, it's all I've ever known. But sometimes I dream of peace, of a life without always looking over my shoulder. He turned back to Antonio, his eyes searching his friend's face. Am I a coward for wanting that? Antonio placed a hand on Luca's shoulder, his grip firm and reassuring. Never, he said emphatically. You're one of the bravest men I know. And if this is what you need, I'll support you. But Luca, whatever you decide, know that you'll always have a place here. With us? Luca felt a lump form in his throat, touched by Antonio's unwavering support. As they stood there in companionable silence, he realized that his decision was far from made. The pull of loyalty and the promise of a new future warred within him, leaving him more uncertain than ever. As the night deepened, a cool breeze swept across the balcony, carrying with it the faint scent of jasmine from the gardens below. Antonio's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon where the city lights blurred into the darkness. We've come so far, he murmured, almost to himself. But the road ahead, it's not going to be easy. Sera stepped closer, her presence a comforting warmth at his side. When has it ever been? She asked, a hint of wry humor in her voice. Antonio turned to face her, his expression a mix of determination and concern. This time it's different. We're not just fighting rival families or corrupt officials. We're trying to change an entire system, a way of life. Isabella joined them, her sharp eyes assessing the situation. There will be resistance, she stated matter-of-factly. People don't like change, especially when it threatens their power. Luca nodded in agreement, his voice low and gravelly. We've already seen the beginnings. The whispers, the sideways glances. Some of our own people are getting nervous. Antonio's jaw tightened, a muscle twitching beneath his skin. Then we need to be prepared. For anything. As the group fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts, a sudden gust of wind extinguished the nearby lanterns, plunging them into darkness. For a moment, the only sound was their collective breathing and the distant hum of the city. Then, barely audible, a phone buzzed. Antonio reached into his pocket, his face illuminated by the screen's soft glow. His eyes widened slightly as he read the message. What is it? Sera asked, tension creeping into her voice. Antonio looked up, his expression unreadable in the dim light. It seems, he said slowly, that our plans have been leaked. Someone on the inside is working against us. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. As the others exchanged worried glances, a single question burned in their minds: who could they truly trust in this dangerous game of power and reform? Epilogue. The soft glow of vintage Tiffany lamps bathed Antonio's private study in a warm, amber light. Sera's fingers traced the leather spines of first editions lining the mahogany shelves, her eyes dancing over priceless artwork adorning the walls. She turned to find Antonio's gaze fixed upon her, a tender smile playing at the corners of his lips. Come, he beckoned, his deep voice a low rumble that sent a shiver down her spine. Sera approached, her heart quickening as Antonio's strong hands encircled her waist, drawing her close. The scent of his cologne, a heady mix of sandalwood and spice, enveloped her. She leaned into his touch, relishing the warmth of his body against hers. I have something for you, amore mio, Antonio murmured, his breath hot against her ear. Sera's pulse raced as he reached behind his desk, retrieving a package wrapped in crimson silk. With reverent care, he placed it in her hands. The weight of it, the obvious significance, made her breath catch. "Antonio, what is this?" she whispered, fingers trembling as she slowly unwrapped the gift. As the silk fell away, Sera gasped. There, nestled in her palms, lay a beautifully bound copy of the Daily Chronicle's exposé. Though unsigned, both knew who was responsible for that work. The cover gleamed with gold leaf, her name etched in elegant script across the front. It was exquisite, a tangible symbol of her journalistic journey, her courage to expose the truth, despite the dangers. "Oh, Antonio," Sera breathed, overwhelmed by the gesture. She ran her fingertips over the embossed title, remembering the late nights, the risks, the moments of doubt and triumph that had led to this. Antonio cupped her face in his hands, his dark eyes intense with pride and something deeper, something that made Sera's heart soar. "You did this, Serafina. Your bravery, your relentless pursuit of justice, it's all here, between these pages." Sera leaned into his touch, her mind whirling. How far they'd come, from adversaries to lovers, their paths intertwined in ways she never could have imagined. She marveled at the man before her, the feared mafia boss who now looked at her with such tenderness, who had risked everything to support her dangerous quest for truth. "Thank you," she whispered, the words feeling wholly inadequate. "For everything." Antonio's lips met hers in a kiss that spoke volumes, conveying all the emotions that words couldn't capture. As they parted, Sera clutched the book to her chest, a talisman of their shared journey and the uncertain future that lay ahead. Sera's voice trembled with emotion as she continued, "I never thought I'd find someone who would stand by me through all of this. The danger, the threats, the constant uncertainty." She trailed off, her hazel eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Antonio's strong hands gently grasped her shoulders, his touch grounding her in the present moment. "Cara mia," he murmured, his deep voice resonating with pride and affection. "Your strength, your unwavering determination, they inspire me every day." Sera felt a warmth bloom in her chest at his words, marveling at how this man, once the subject of her investigations, had become her staunchest ally and deepest love. She opened her mouth to respond, but Antonio continued, his tone taking on a fierce protectiveness. "I promise you, Serafina, whatever shadows still linger from this exposé, whatever threats may come our way, I will be here." His dark eyes bore into hers with an intensity that took her breath away. "Our future together is my highest priority. I will move heaven and earth to keep you safe." Sera's heart raced at the conviction in his words. She knew the weight they carried coming from a man of Antonio's power and influence. Yet, a small part of her wondered if she could ever truly escape the darkness that had become so intertwined with their lives. "Antonio," she whispered, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. "I believe you. But this world of yours, can we ever be safe? Or happy in it?" She gently disentangled herself from Antonio's embrace, moving to the ornate desk that dominated one corner of the study. Her fingers trailed over the polished wood as she spoke, her voice gaining strength with each word. "I've been thinking about where to go from here, Antonio." She turned to face him, her hazel eyes alight with determination. "There are so many more stories to uncover, so many dark corners that need illumination." Antonio leaned against a bookshelf, his powerful frame relaxed yet attentive. "What do you have in mind, amore mio?" he asked, his deep voice laced with curiosity. Sera's hands moved animatedly as she explained, "I want to delve deeper into the systemic corruption that allows criminal empires to thrive. Not just here, but globally. I'm thinking of a series of exposés, each peeling back another layer of the underworld's influence on legitimate institutions." She paused, gauging Antonio's reaction. Would he see this as a threat to his own empire? But his dark eyes held only admiration, encouraging her to continue. "There's a story about political financing in Eastern Europe that I've been itching to investigate," Sera elaborated, her journalist's instincts kicking into high gear. And rumors of a massive money laundering operation in Southeast Asia that's gone unchecked for years. Antonio nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. These are dangerous waters you're planning to navigate, Serafina, he said, his tone a mixture of concern and pride. Sera felt a flutter of anxiety in her stomach. She knew the risks all too well, but the pull of truth was stronger than her fear. I know, she admitted. But I can't turn away from this. It's who I am, Antonio. It's what I need to do. Sera's voice grew more passionate, her eyes blazing with determination. These stories, Antonio, they're not just about exposing criminals. They're about giving a voice to the voiceless. The victims of these empires, the people trafficked, exploited, silenced, they deserve justice. They deserve to be remembered. She stood up, pacing the opulent study, her fingers trailing along the spines of leather-bound books. My words can be their memorial, their cry for change. I want to shake the foundations of complacency, to force people to confront the ugliness that lurks beneath the surface of our society. Antonio watched her intently, his dark eyes tracking her movement. Sera could feel the weight of his gaze, a mixture of admiration and concern that both thrilled and unnerved her. And what of the danger? Antonio asked, his voice low and measured. Your previous exposés have already made you enemies. This could put you in the crosshairs of some of the most dangerous people in the world. Sera turned to face him, her chin lifted defiantly. I know the risks, she said firmly. But I can't let fear silence me. Not when there's so much at stake. Antonio rose from his chair, closing the distance between them in 2 long strides. His hand, warm and slightly calloused, gently cupped her cheek. Sera leaned into his touch, her heart racing at the tenderness in his gesture. Your courage never ceases to amaze me, Antonio murmured, his thumb tracing the line of her cheekbone. Your words, they have power. The kind of power that can topple empires and change the world. Sera's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she gazed up at Antonio, her heart swelling with love and gratitude. The strength of their bond, forged through trials and danger, felt almost tangible in that moment. She leaned further into his touch, savoring the warmth of his hand against her skin. Antonio, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. I couldn't do this without you. Your support and protection, it means everything to me. Antonio's expression softened, a rare vulnerability flickering in his dark eyes. He took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for what he was about to say. Sera, he began, his voice uncharacteristically hesitant. I've been thinking about our future. About leaving all of this behind. Sera's breath caught in her throat. She searched his face, scarcely daring to believe what she was hearing. Antonio continued, his words coming faster now, as if a dam had broken. I've lived in the shadows for so long, mia cara. But with you, I see a different path. A life where we don't have to look over our shoulders. Where our love can flourish without fear. Sera's mind raced. Could it be possible? To have a life with Antonio free from the constant threat of danger, free from the weight of his criminal empire? But your organization, she said softly. Your responsibilities. Antonio's jaw tightened. It won't be easy. There will be challenges, dangers. But for you, for us, I'm willing to face them all. Sera's heart swelled with an overwhelming mix of love and determination. She reached out, taking Antonio's hands in hers, feeling the strength and warmth of his fingers intertwining with her own. Antonio, she said, her voice steady and resolute, our love, it's not just a flame in the darkness. It's a beacon into our future. She watched as Antonio's eyes, usually so guarded, filled with a mixture of hope and vulnerability that made her breath catch. You truly believe that? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Sera nodded, squeezing his hands. I do. with every fiber of my being. Your world, my world, they've been separate for so long. But together, we can forge a new path. One where we don't have to choose between love and our principles. Antonio's thumb traced gentle circles on the back of her hand, a gesture that sent shivers down her spine. It won't be easy, he warned, his brow furrowing slightly. There are those who won't want to let go of the old ways. I know, Sera replied, her journalist's mind already racing with potential obstacles. But we've faced impossible odds before. And look at us now. A small smile tugged at the corner of Antonio's lips, a rare sight that never failed to make Sera's heart skip a beat. Without a word, he pulled her closer, one hand releasing hers to cup her cheek. Sera leaned in, her eyes fluttering closed as their lips met in a tender, passionate kiss. As they parted, Sera's eyes opened to a vision that took her breath away. The study had melted away, replaced by a sun-drenched piazza in what she recognized as Florence. Antonio stood beside her, his hand still entwined with hers, but gone was the constant tension in his shoulders, the ever-present wariness in his gaze. Antonio, she breathed, taking in their surroundings. Are we? He nodded, his smile radiant and unguarded. We are, my love. Our new beginning. Sera's heart swelled as they began to walk, their steps in perfect sync. The cobblestones beneath their feet were warm from the Italian sun, and the air was filled with the melodic chatter of locals and the distant toll of church bells. I never thought I'd see the day, Sera mused, her free hand tracing the spine of a leather-bound notebook in her bag, a habit she'd never quite shaken. Us, here, without looking over our shoulders. Antonio's laugh was rich and genuine, a sound that still made her pulse quicken. Nor did I. But you taught me that some risks are worth taking. As they strolled past a quaint cafe, the aroma of freshly brewed espresso wafting through the air, Sera couldn't help but marvel at the lightness in Antonio's demeanor. Gone was the constant calculation, the perpetual chess game he'd been forced to play for so long. What's on your mind, tesoro? Antonio asked, his voice warm with affection. Sera smiled, squeezing his hand. Just thinking about how far we've come. How this, us, it's more than I ever dared to hope for. The end.
This is an exclusive production of the Romance Fiction Club. We hope you had a good time listening. Please like and subscribe so that we can continue creating free content for you to enjoy. Check out our library for more exciting romance stories. Thank you and have a wonderful day. See you soon. Bye-bye.